Okay, now I just have to remember that my music bot doesn't like flip over. Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing? Hopefully you're doing good. We're finishing up some projects. I still have to finish this teddy bear. It's been a hot minute. My daughter's wondering where the fuck it's at. I promised, so we're doing things. Finishing up the werewolf. I still have... They're somewhere around here. I think it's the mage I have to do last. I don't remember anymore. Things are all over the place at my desk at the moment. Like, projects I've started and haven't finished, or started and moved away from. And, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be doing that. And when things come in the mail like this going, yeah, that's gonna be a thing. And the head isn't that big. We'll figure it out. I need to get somebody with a saw to cut that a bit for me, because that's just a little bit too long for me. But we're finishing up this, and then we'll get on to the teddy bear that we were working on, because I finished both front paws. I have the legs to do, and then I have the body to do. And then it's the assembling, put it together, and oh my god, did I actually make a thing. I believe teddy bears will be part of my repertoire, just when and how often do I make them. And also, the Hobie yarns arrived, and they're not as thick as I had hoped them to be. Apparently Europe doesn't believe in thick yarn, so I'm gonna try and make some Spoopy Witches things out of this, but we'll find out. I've got this one, and I've got this one. I mean, it's not thick really compared to this yarn, so I make something else out of it. I'm not sure yet. But we got the Spoopy yarn. That's the important bit. Yay, Spoopy. Trying to figure out where the hell I'm at in this. And I've changed the ears of the werewolf. I liked how I did it, but I didn't like how it's too much of a 2D kind of sticking art thing to it. So I put a front loop stitch to it, so that it gives it a bit of a curve. And I did my window open, so if you hear the outside world, raisins. Okay, there's the loop. I'm looking where the fuck the loop's at. No, go in the loop. In the loop, thank you. Hey, Evan, how are you? Did you catch last night's Changeling episode? Oh, good. Have not seen it yet. Okay. I promise no spoilers. I shan't say anything on it. Because, oh wait, hold on. There's a YouTube notification on my... Oh! I speak and it arrives. You'll catch up tonight. That's fair. Shanky just posted it on YouTube. So you should enjoy. I promise I won't say a word. Only that selkies are bitches. But you knew that one from the first one. From the first episode. But once you see it and then look at Queen's Gambit chat, many a GIF will make sense to you after that. Are you gearing up for COD today? Or COC? Oh, wait, no. You don't have COC today. Whatever are you going to do? Hair's like flipping over on me. What are you doing today then, Eben? No COC. Gain some sanity back, I hope? No scene. Whatever shall you do with your evening, though? I have to remember, you're 6 hours ahead of me. So I'm like, it's 10 o'clock in the morning. He has all day. And then I'm thinking, no, he's got 6 hours ahead of me. He doesn't. Well, hopefully it is a nice day where you're at today. YouTube. It's how we catch up with each other. Because time zones. Time zones be time zoning. So then at least you've had a good breakfast and lunch, I'm assuming. What's for dinner? I asked because I won't be eating dinner for quite some time. Been adulting today, dismantling furniture. Ooh. Whatever have you been dismantling? If it's IKEA, it makes it easier. Life just goes, oh, here's a thing. Chicken korma. I can't... replacing our old sofas. Oh, nice. Well, that is a worthy job to do. I can't say I've ever heard of chicken korma. How is that made? Well, chicken, of course, I'm assuming, because chicken's in the name of it. Yeah, that's fair. I completely agree with you on that. That's why I try and crochet at least once a day. Because one day my hands are going to be like, oh, you want to do a thing, right? Yeah, nope. We're not doing anything for you. Just fuck off. And then that's when my hands turn around. And from what I saw from my ex-grandfather-in-law, my hands will curl up, tilt to the thing, and I won't be able to use them at all. Remember what the doctors... I'm going to get another test done next month to see how my hands are doing. Yeah, well, when you've got rheumatoid arthritis, it's just a matter of time. I mean, let's make no bones about it. It's a matter of time, and you do with what you can with the time that you've got. That's why sometimes when I'm putting on these buttons and I have to sew them on, I use a pair of pliers because I don't have the dexterity to pull the needle through. Though I will show you something that quite inventive. So when putting on these eyes, there was a what was it? There was a I want to say it's a crowdfunding where there's like it's like this, but it has a spring in between. Well, some of these people just take this and 3D print it. Well, that's great, but before my dad did the modification, all you had was this little hole and nothing else. So now, when I put these on, I could take this, put it where the eye is, line this up with the gap, and squeeze it to put the hands on, or put the eyes on. Great invention. Got another MRI scan and lumbar procedures. Yeah. Very much so. Like, today, it's only going to be, I'm doing conversions for you. Give me a second. Google knew what I was going to do. So today's going to be only 52 today, which is 11.11 Celsius. And my hands are stiff already. And I've already taken my turmeric if Saba comes in here. Turmeric, I found, helps with chronic pain. Ever since Saba mentioned it, and I went through a crash course, I've been taking turmeric as my daily routine to help with the pain. But when it comes to the mitigation of trying to hold on to things still, and I have no dexterity anymore to hold on, or have no strength to hold on to it, and I hate relying on people. I feel like I get to become more burden every day, especially when I have to do my injections. I'm on Manjaro because they believe that losing weight will help me with my dexterity and my strength. Yeah, turmeric was the best thing. I'm on 22,000 milligrams. No, 2,200 milligrams. I'm sorry. And my pain levels for a standard person is and will ever be between a 1 and a 3. Right now, I'm more between a 2 and a 3 because it's a cold morning. But the turmeric helps to lessen the pain and dull it. And trust me, going through labor was one thing I will never do again. So I kind of base everything off of that. Try and squeeze a watermelon out of the size of a lemon. They said, try it, they said. It might be fun, they said. Bring a new life into the world, they said. Don't get me wrong, I love my kid. Never do it again. Then again, I mean, for the past 18 years, I've been the one raising her. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Every time I get out of bed and I can actually get out of my bed on my own, I'm thankful. I'm thankful and I'm grateful for it. Every time I can get on here and strangle yarn for you guys because I was told murder was illegal. So, plus I keep doing this because I'm trying to pop out some of the achy joints. And I did do my stretches today. I started I do a message of Tai Chi in the morning to loosen me up. Just don't tell anyone because I don't want anyone thinking I'm loose, but I'm looser than I was this morning. And yes, that was a fabled attempt at a joke. It's only illegal if you're caught. This is very true. But knowing me and my ass, I know way too much. I might self-incriminate myself. Like, no, dumbasses. That's not how it works. This is how it works. Oh, I just tattled on myself. I shouldn't have said that. But then again, I think we've seen way too many television shows. Or like, just look at her playlists. Oh, okay. You've restarted yoga as of last. That's cool. That's cool. I haven't been able to do yoga. I was a former dancer. No. I wasn't a former dancer like I was a dancer. I used to do ballet, tap and toe. And Tai Chi works for me in a way that I'm constantly in a state of movement, that it helps with being able to keep things flowing. That, and also, I may or may not be a disguised waterbender, apparently. Who knew? A Virgo and Earth sign was waterbender. I can't stomp like the Earthbenders did. Firebending's okay. It's not my preferred technique. And air bending's just way too fast. So, waterbending, nice and easy for me. Forest yoga is designed to help heal from physical and mental trauma. Don't tell my therapist that, please, and thank you. You should do this. Look, I'm here to stretch out my body and work through the aches and pains. I pay you for my trauma experience. I can't do therapy on myself because it's unethical. However, when you find somebody who's like, oh, I understand you and I get you. All right, let's work on this. Cool. I'm good with it. I am being held accountable to things, which, as I should be, but at the same time, it's like, you only take accountable for this. The rest of this shit, I don't know what the fuck you're doing and why you're doing it, but there you are. Hi, eldest child syndrome. How are you? Everything that went wrong, that could go wrong in the household, that wasn't a part of your parents' job, or your parents' job, yeah, that was your fault. But why didn't you do that? Well, I didn't know that was in the job capabilities of a kid. Aw. And being raised by boomers, or the baby boomer generation, was trying to live up to the ideals and expectations that they had, that they never told you about. But at the same time, they got it from their parents, so they thought, oh, you'll just recognize it and understand the silent signals that we're sending you. Sure. So when we talk with my dad every Sunday, it's kind of funny. Oh, actually, no, I had a conversation with my dad yesterday. And it's a perfect example. He said, we started out this conversation with a text. My daughter's birth year. Hey, is your daughter's birth year this? No, it's this. Oh, okay. Says nothing, no following text afterwards. I then call him, going, why did you think it was this year? It's this year. I got married 5 months before she was born. Well, I don't know. I don't remember this. The person who remembered is gone, remember? And I said, yeah, but it is now your job to remember. Well, I don't have time for all this. And I said, and I do. And then he goes, well, what's your... Then he was asking me about my Southwestern rewards number. I'm like, I don't know. I don't think I've got one. Hold on, we'll find out. Oh, I do have one. Okay, well, here's the number. Okay, cool. Does Bridget have one? I don't know. The fuck do I know that? He's like, well, you should know that. And I said, oh, I should know this. Like, you should know your granddaughter's birth date. Well, I got the month and the day right. Well, congratulations. You needed to know the year. Had you known the year, we wouldn't have had this conversation. Well, yeah, but I can... This doesn't work one way, my guy. This works two ways. I remember your day of birth and the year. I remember Mom's. I remember Brian's. Of course I remember my daughter's. You should remember everyone's birthday and not rely on somebody who's not there. So what are you going to do now? Well, you should. I know I just said should. And I apologize for that. And that's a judgment word. But at the same time, you are expecting me to fulfill obligations I did not sign up for. This is not in our contract. And so my dad is learning quite a bit now in his new state of being of what it is to have a relationship with me. I'm not sure if he's enjoying this yet or not. And I know, and this is all stemming from your yoga thing of physical and mental trauma. I may have way too much of that to deal with yoga at the moment. Because it's either I'm crying, punching a wall, crying, wanting to go into a defensive position, or going full on Irish and just wanting to watch the world burn as I sit there and drink Jameson. So I'm not sure that's going to be the best thing for me. I'm glad that you're working on it. Don't get me wrong. I'm exceedingly happy. So what? This is true. Though I'm sure if I got the world to gently burn, I will have a fire pit where I will offer you hot dogs, s'mores, and a nice pint of some ale, and just watch it all happen. Because what else are you going to do when a horror story is playing in front of you? Play another horror story and just, enjoy the free food and drink. I'm currently trapped under a cat who likes... Aww. Well, that's good. The cat will keep you warm. How cold is it over there? Or is it at least still somewhat warm? And I see nothing wrong with a cat wanting to curl up. Sometimes cats understand that we need to be still in a place for a moment. And then they just say, guess what, bitch? I'm going to sit on your lap. I'm going to hold you hostage because I know I'm cute and adorable and you don't want to disturb my need for a nap. So you're just going to sit here for like a long minute. Sometimes the real world is much more than... I know, right? Ain't that the fucking truth? Ain't it the fucking truth? I won't go political, but all I have to say is where we are in the U.S. right now. Seriously. Sometimes and this is the weirdest thing. Sometimes I think the horror games we play are the reprieve from what we're living in right now. Give me the vampires and werewolves, the crazy ass fae, and the mages that turn around and rip reality as we thought it was. It's better than what we're living in. Don't get me wrong, I love playing Star Trek and such because it gives you some hope. I like playing Star Wars. It gives you help. What we're living in right now is like, oh dear Lord. Yeah, you're not wrong. When I was in college, when I first discovered World of Darkness, we were just coming out of the first Iraq War. We're seeing our friends come back and go. This one guy I knew in a religious class, because I went to a Catholic university. In the middle, nothing. We were just talking about historical things and nothing actually war related. To religion and war related. Yeah. And all of a sudden he screamed. He ducked underneath his desk. And then just curled up into a ball starting to shake. And then started sweating bullets and was looking for a weapon. Well, me and several other kids, I call ourselves kids at the time because we were like, what was it, 19, 20 at the time, and I had switched majors by then. I switched from art to psychology. And I went and I turned around. We went and got him. We didn't like dive underneath, but we walked over, gently guided him off from the desk and out. He was going through a full-on PTSD attack. We'd never seen it before. You've been playing games where you have been in some degree of control. Yeah. To see this guy go into a full-blown panic attack in the middle of a religious class, I was like, well, yeah, this tracks. And getting him to calm down outside. And just to see what war did to people. Because I had never seen it. I'd never seen somebody go shell-shocked before. PTSD, shell-shock, same thing. It was weird. And I didn't have my grandfather to call to say, is this what your guys went through? Because he had been passed by that time like 3 years. So it was weird. It was strange. It was something we didn't know, and we saw more of this happen. And when I dived into the world of darkness, dominate. You could control somebody's mind to stop them from going through that. Stop them handling things. Stop having them go through this mind-crushingly crazy action that they had no control over. Being in part of the World of Darkness community, even though I played in the 90s where, again, edgelords were a thing. Yeah. Oof, I'm sorry to hear that. I go through it once in a great while now. I've managed to control it to the point where, and this is because of, again, abuse situations and things that I've survived. There are certain things that a friend of mine, he's all gung-ho about certain things, and I'm like, I can't watch that because of this. I can't watch people play if you're in creative mode in seven days to die, I can watch it. I cannot watch it if you're in play mode. I cannot watch a couple of other games where it's those horror games where they have these monsters get you and then they huck you up onto this thing, because the screaming triggers me so fucking bad. Oof, that's a mood. Being a merc, that is hard. I mean, that is a hard business to be in. And that's a hard state of mind to be in. I can understand why. I have a sad enough gift that I can put myself into people's shoes. I can walk in the shoes that I've never wanted to be in. And I can understand why. Now, trust me, I don't judge people for their actions. Unless you're like completely and utterly evil. Many things that people do are misunderstood. Okay, got you. Okay, unless you're like severely breaking the law and you're like a completely and utterly horrible person. Yeah, okay, got you. But for something like that, no, I get it. I understand. Yeah. Exactly. I have a degree, an undergrad, I will say, in psychology, where I was going to either go for criminal psychological profile and behavior and work for the FBI, or I was going to be a child therapist. I unfortunately was not able to go into either field because I found out I was pregnant and I wouldn't be able to go into master's. So that dream kind of gave up on that one. But being a humanist and going underneath the humanistic understanding of the human experiment, when we get clients, or we were trained that when we get clients, their path is their path. We're only there to help you find your way and find out where you want to go with what you want to do. We then help you plot out this path and hold you accountable if you fall off of it, but help you get back on. But we don't turn around and do anything other than to listen and help you forward. You do all the work. And I understand that because I'm doing it myself. I started therapy 2 years ago in August when I saw a point in my life where I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I had a brick wall. And I went, all of my old ways of being and holding myself to a standard were done. And I went, I have to do something. I need to do something. So I turned around and got into therapy. I have to say, it was the best decision ever. The first email I wrote was, hi, my name is so-and-so. I need help. This is what's going on in my life. This is where I want to be in my life. Can you help me draw a map to get there? So for me, it was, here's where I'm at. This is my goal. Let's draw a path. And then have goalstones or milestones as I move forward. That way I can see how long I've been on this journey, where this journey is going to, and how this helps and reflects on where I want to be. You've registered on a course starting next month. Start training. Oh, nice. People kept advising me to go into it. Well, the way that you sit there, and this is purely conjecture because from what I watch from you doing Call of Cthulhu, you sit there and you analyze everything, which is a great thing, but you talk in such a controlled manner. It's controlled, it's relaxed, and you're trying to soothe people as you talk. That is something that's really good. I try doing that at times. Sometimes I may just get a little bit too excited and I forget my vocal registry and, oh my God, I'm so very excited. And I'm like, ah. But then I have to remember, oh, we were talking about this. Your mother was a mental health nurse. Nice. My mom was in academia. So I've learned a lot about academia. My dad was a construction worker, so asked me about how to patch up walls and do crazy shit with construction. It was my grandmother who was a med-surg nurse, and I have 2 aunts who are nurses. So that's where I get my understanding of the health field and how our bodies work. I got asked questions all the time about that. Next of yours, have paranoia, schizophrenia, and bipolar. Oi. Yeah, that's a... Was she put on medication? Or did she put on, or was she on a regimen? I only asked because, damn. Hey, if you put me in a garage with a whole bunch of mechanics and we talk about older cars, I'm good to go. I'm good. I can talk about engines and shit at times. But when the newer cars came in with the computers and everything added onto it, I don't understand them. I don't. I miss being an engineer. I missed my calling to be an engineer because I love building things. If the Society of Ether called me today and said, hey, do you want to build some gadgets and stuff? Yes. If the Knockers came over and said, hey, guess what? We have this. Do you want to go in here? Yes. I only have so much time with my hands. So for me, it's like I will jump on anything and everything to create and make shit now. She was on meds, but it got to the point where she needed to be locked. Oh. Ouch. Because at that point, the medication's run its course and her biochemistry in her brain has adapted so much to the drug that it's now ineffective. Well, I fucking swear like them, for fuck's sake. Jesus. Thanks. The only thing I'll have a problem with is that everything I create will have a fatal flaw to it. But then again, I'm human. It already does. I love sitting here and inventing. You've seen it during times where I'm like, well, if I do this, especially I'm working on, I haven't done much with it right now. But when I work with Rav's thing, it's like, I could do this. We could try this. Let's try that. I love designing and inventing and creating. I would love to... Sign me up to being a knocker. I don't mind being short with white hair and, you know, like this red blotch swirly thing. We need more knockers in this fucking world. Call people on their bullshit, yet at the same time we get called out on our bullshit. But this is fine. There's a couple of kiss I could have been. But I'd sit there and just playing with gears and making shit. Yeah, I'm down with it. My daughter's the same way. When we get furniture that needs to be built, she's like, okay, where's the screwdriver? Okay, that's it. Mom, go away. I will be... She put together, well, there. I don't think you can really see it, but it's a stand desk. So it goes up and goes down. But so the desk stays the same, but it's a desk riser. So it'll go up and down as I need to stand and sit working on the computer. And that's for my work. And Bridget's like, oh, okay, well, we got to put this together. I'm like, yeah, I'll figure it out. She goes, no, give me this. She grabs the direction. She grabs a screwdriver out of my hand. I'm like, ow. She's like, all right, go away. I got this. You're not wrong. Look, I find it funny. And this is back with second and third edition for whatever genre you want to do. They put so much emphasis on appearance that I find it funny with She Today, or the people that play the She. Oh, I'm so pretty. You're just gonna like me and flaunt me because you're pretty. And it's like, you can have a sixth appearance all you want, but the moment you treat somebody the way you treat them, that's gonna make it or break your appearance for me. Because you can be all pretty on the outside, but if you're ugly on the if you're ugly on the inside, fuck it. That's how I'm going to treat you. No, but I got a sixth appearance. Yeah. But you just turned around and made this fucking asshole, you know. You treat this guy like complete and utter shit, and he didn't deserve it. So I don't care if your sixth appearance, you look like a 2 to me because of your actions. Actions speak louder than words. That's why on my Discord, I have my saying. Hold on, I gotta remember how to say it in German. Tante streicht Worte, which means actions instead of words. Exactly. I tell people how things are gonna happen. There you go. But with knockers, because it's also because of the vernacular that we're using. Because we swear so fucking much. People think, oh, well, you must not have a high, intellect. And it's like, fuck you. I'm rocking 125 IQ. But it doesn't mean a goddamn thing to you because I'm not turning around and being overly voracious with my large repertoire of dictionary words. Somebody could spit out a 50-cent vocabulary word. But if it's not meaning what it's intended to mean, inconceivable, then what's the whole point of it, you know? What was my favorite part of The Princess Bride? Every time he would say inconceivable. Exactly. So when I'm on C Sharp Fritz's channel and and we're playing Overwatch, I can't swear because he has a PG 13 rating, which I completely and utterly understand, and it's his channel I agree with. So I have to learn how to colorfully swear. It's where you get Dragon Balls and popcorn raining cellulite, or whatever comes up in I have to switch my mind because I swear when I play Overwatch. Why? Because sometimes some bitch got me, and it's like, motherfucker, how could you? Well, I can't say some bitch got me. I have to say, some cow pile stuffed a woolly mammoth into my shorts, and I don't know how to react. And plus, if you say, holy pickle sauce, it's just like saying, holy damn it. It's all in how you emphasize the words. That's why when, if I'm a knocker and somebody gives me a basilisk stone, the basilisk stone doesn't really stop me from swearing. It just changes the words. So I can sit there and go, well, listen here, you long, tall, dark, and dogpiling piece of herpy glitter. I don't mean this, I mean that. Now, maybe if you took the Carthage out of your ear and maybe, cleaned it with some sulfuric acid, maybe you would actually understand the words that are flying out of my mouth that are really fantastic great. No, I didn't swear. But I swore. I just didn't use swear words. There's a difference. Oh, also, I'm a former Catholic. Loopholes is a thing. If you could turn around and find a loophole within something, I utilize the fuck out of that. Got me out of a lot of trouble when I was a kid. Well, Juniper, you should have done ba 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 ba. No. I was supposed to do this. Well, you were supposed to do that. Where was it implied? Well, we told you to do this. No, you told me to do that. Now, if that meant this, then you should have said that. Nuns did not like me. Rule lawyers do not like me. Well, it says this. Yeah, I understand it says it. Doesn't mean it had to be applied. But, yeah, but it doesn't make sense in the story. It doesn't make sense in the scene. Well, blah, 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 blah. Yes, I am rated B for brat at times. Not that I am a brat, but apparently, to many people, I show brat-like behavior. And it's not for teasing or anything like that. It's more the fact of, look, I don't like being controlled, but at the same time, I'm going to make you work hard for it. If you can think you can control me, then yeah, you're going to have to work hard for that. And I get a giggle out of it. But I think we need more. It's why when I ran with Honey Badger, I was like, let's run a red cap. Because I was either a red cap or a boggin. I was either going to be the red cap Honey Badger, or I had a boggin who was a YouTube and TikTok star that did baking and cooking. Now, you know me. I hate cooking. I love baking. And I thought, oh, that would be cool. But I'm kind of glad I went for Honey, because Honey's just kind of that. She's not very demure. Okay, that whole demure bullshit, I can't stand it. I will never be demure. I will be respectful. I will never be cutesy. I will never be. No. I'm sorry. Cutesy changed when I turned 18. And I became an adult. Cutesy is more of like kid things. Demure is something to turn around and utilize control, because I have to be this idea, shape, and box. No. I'll be myself and I'll be respectful. Mindful, I'll think about it if it means much to me. But demure, no. I've been repressed for far too fucking long. I'm 50. Fuck that shit. So for sort of changeling, you could play, if it's not a game I've ever played. Well, You're very calm. You're calm and reserved. You talk quietly, but you talk when you need to. You definitely, for me, I think you'd be a slua. I don't see you going on a wild, raging party, but at the same time, you got these very, very chill vibes. Lurking for a while, react to last week's episode, remembering what happened. Looking while you rewatch. Oh, that's fair. Well, you gently fucked up your mind. It's all good. Repressed for too long. What did I walk into? My stream? Oh, we were talking about knockers and Faye, and no, I did. He hasn't seen last night's episode, so I'm not spoiling it. But we were just talking about some Fae, and we were talking about engineers and shit. And Evan Blade was like, "Yeah, you could be a great knocker." I'm like, "Fuck yeah, let's be knockers." And he asked what kind of. I can talk about knockers. Look, Rav. There are knockers, and then there are knockers. We're talking about the knockers, not the knockers. Big difference. One is a Fae thing. The other is something you don't have. You just walked into knockers. There. I like either. Nope. Yeah, that's totally fine. That's why I was saying we're not spoiling it for you. Not rude. He said, look, unless you guys can grow a pair of tits. I'm not talking about the knockers. I'm talking about knockers. Slight difference. Actually, it's a huge difference. One's a being, one is a body part that I have on my body. That's fair and true. I mean, if you don't have an knocker swearing at you, did you do it right in Fae World? Probably not. I tend to invent, design, and try to create things. Hence, like what I'm doing right now. It's why I'm a better knocker than I would be anything else. Though I do have a thing for Sloa. Because I've played them a couple of times. And they're really fun. They are fun. They are the ones that have the high T. They whisper a lot. And they are nimble as fuck. I just run around, design things, and create shit. My favorite one was, her name was Kaylee, based off of Firefly. Kaylee Winifred. And she actually worked for Boeing and was one of the chief engineers over at LAX working on airplanes. That was one of my favorite knockers to play. The other one was a girl named Trixie, who turned around and crafted and had a she did skates, inline skating, and skateboards, and she was in extreme sport. She was in extreme sports and pushed her brand because, I mean, that's what you do. And she would make these different to create and do different kind of skateboarding for different things. Did snowboarding, skis, all that shit. So for me, it was like, yeah, I love creating and inventing. Why not? So, but now that John's lurking, but Ravenos and Intera, besides a troll Ravenos, what would you be as a Fae? And Intera, what kind of Fae would you be? Now that we have more people. What a victim. See, Ebony, you've brought them here. Well done. Ebony's just trapped with a cat on top of him, so he really can't move. He's kind of stuck here right now. And I have to say, I like this channel that we're playing the music from. It's called Main Character. It's supposed to be drama inducing. Though I like it. It's actually pretty cool. Either a puka or a knocker, honestly, if we're choosing for Cathane. Yeah, absolutely we're choosing for Cathane. You do have a love of puka, Antera. You really, really do. But what kind of animal puka would you be? That's the question. And I didn't mean to time my words with this beat, but here we are. A fox? Fair enough. Why? Because they're quickie, dodgy, and cunning? Or were you doing it for the adorable, fox pics that we see, like, all over Twitter and Instagram and Tumblr? Usually you play tricksters. I mean, that's either puka or... Well, oh no, hold on. Tricksters. Puka, slua, depending on what house you're with. Some satyr can be tricksters. Who else would be a trickster? Because of this trickster type. But what does a fox say? I don't know. That would be Antera. Antera would have to answer you on that one. The trickster type. What am I, the only one that's going to be calling out bullshit? Am I the only one, Wow. Everyone's tricky except me. I'm just turning around, omitting things, and jumping through loopholes. Damn. Wait a minute. If you all are being tricky, how do we know when to trust you and when not to trust you? Good question. How do I know when you're not tricking me? You like the Korad. Okay, I know who the Korad is because John has played that. Well, what's the Galleon? I don't remember that. Trying to talk and then look up things in Google is difficult, so excuse me for a moment. You love finding loopholes. Your favorite characters. That's fair. Yeah, I would see you as a slua, Eben. That's what they are. Slua are the nightmares to teach children lessons. So I could totally see you doing that. So wait, a Galleon could be anything from the Native American Cathane. I played I'm trying to say this word, I swear to God. A Kukluakan, also known as a leprechaun. Thank God for that other word. And the merfolk. The merfolk are assholes, I'll say that. Only because I've roleplayed with a couple people who went Don't get me wrong. I know there's some people I know that are very, very good merfolk. But some of them are just like, they think you're too good, and I'm just like, but I just wanted to be friends. Although, okay, that was weird. I just saw a whole weird ass thing going in front of me. Okay, so whatever that is went behind my blinds. Cool. Not sure what it is. I don't even know what I want to know. Whatever. Something underneath my blinds. It was a big ass thing. It went right in front of my screen, and then when it went behind my blinds, I'm like, I'm just gonna leave you there. Just stay there, whatever you are. Cool. Though you did play an Angelus. later in vampire years. An Angelus? What's that? What's an Angelus adder? I have no idea what that is. Oh, and for John and Tara, we have scenes you guys have to do tonight, just so you guys know. I'm sorry, Bali, La Samba, or Combo? Well, that's a definite combo that I never yeah. No. I understood the Bali reference. That's a choice, my guy. That is a hard choice. Wow. Sweet Jesus. I'm now deeply concerned for you. Are you okay? Who hurt you? Did you not get a hug? Rav, hug him, please. Are you okay? Show us on the plushie where they hurt you and oh God. That's crazy. That's well.
Hello there.
Oh, sweet Mary, Mother of God and all the proverbial saints. Thank you for the follow. And hello. Welcome to scaring me with combinations of characters I never thought that would be put together, but here we are. It was interesting he escaped the clan and was free and not... Yeah. Mm-hmm. Very much so. Welcome to giving Junie a heart attack with character combinations, because this is where things are. And the choices in life. Unfortunately, yes, it does. Yes, indeed. Oh, sweet Mary, Mother of Lords. Okay, we're done with this. And now we just have to sew things together. Huzzah. Sorry, it was crunched up. Now I'm trying around to blend it all together. Outcasts that were brought to... Oh my gosh. That is a thing and a half, but wow. I'm sure you had quite a few. Much willingness all the while. Hey, Majestic, how are you? And it's been a long time I've seen you, my friend. How are the things over in the things? And how is the spoopiness? You guys don't know, Majestic Airhead is a streamer from Belgium. Are you still in Antwerp? He plays here on Twitch. He plays a variety of games. And he is known as a cookie monster. Or at least the last time I've heard. All right. Yeah, okay, cool. At least I remember. How are you doing? Funny thing is that your character was hired by the prince to find an infernalist within this. Well, yeah, it takes one to know one. That tracks. Nice. How are you doing? I haven't seen you in a hot minute. You are doing all right. Fantastic. Still doing all of the fun things? That's Eben, that's insane. Eben happens to be from Europe as well. Well, more England, more UK-ishy. So he is in his evening as well. The rest of the lot here is mostly Yankee. We all be Yankees here. And we are making a werewolf pincushion. Well, it could be used for anything, really, but it's part of our urban... I have a urban collection, so I have a vampire, a mage, a fae, and we are making the werewolf right now. Yankee Doodle doctors. I wouldn't say I was ever a doctor, which is kind of funny. I wish I could be a doctor. I mean, I'd make the money. Holy shit. Very gur. It is. They want to just gurgur. And I decided to make the eyes stand out a little bit more, so we took a little bit of the eye... the whites to underlay the bottom of the eyes. So here, this is my personal favorite for my life right now. A flaming trash fire. A flaming dumpster fire, because that's what we have in life right now. Going to lurk for a bit as the whiskey delivery has arrived and have to start thinking about food. I mean, you just got dinner delivered to you. Whiskey in itself is dinner. But yes, by all means. It is angry dumpster fire. It makes sense. It is. With everything that's been going on around the country at the moment, I think the dumpster fire is pretty much our spirit animal, and it is just floating down the river. So what have you been doing for a hot minute, Majestic? Country mascot, the dumpster fire. You're not wrong. I have to sit down and make more of those. And then put them on my Ko-Fi, because that's pretty much where our life is right now. At least until, well, no. Since the folks haven't been decided, we're in a constant state of dumpster fire until after things get decided, because if it's anything like it was 4 years ago, oh Lord. I can't sacrifice any more family members to get outcomes. I say that because my grandmother passed just after the elections last year, or 4 years ago. And then it was like a couple days after that, they finally announced the elections. It was at her funeral. I was like, I cannot do this anymore. Sorry, I gotta put the ears on. We do the ears on first before we do the top. That way I can make sure it gets down into this, into the fur. This is what we're calling this. The best thing is that I have cute little buttons on the back, so everyone knows where they got their things at. Your yarn barfed on you. I understand that totally. Mine does quite often. Though, I was thinking of you, Majestic, because I got my yarn from Europe. I know it's from Copenhagen, and I know it's not in the same country you're in, but it's like, it's right next to Majestic. So it's like, this is really cool. So here's Spoopy yarn. Yarn tends to do that often when it's like, I don't know what to do with my life. Here we are. And you're like, great, that's fantastic. It's nice to know I bought the pretty yarn to do the things on me, and I didn't want it to do the things on me. All right. When pulling for pins. Another reason why I made these, because I had too many fucking pins. Yes, I could tell the Europeanness is very... Actually, it is. You have no idea how right you are. So, European, this is worsted weight. I'm going to show you, Because you're looking at me like, Junie, I'm nothing more than Cookie Monster. I know. But Karen and European. Give me a second. I will pull it down. You can tell the difference between the thickness. If I had to guess, you told you they came from Denmark for sure. I mean, it is very Copenhagen. But you can tell the difference between the thickness. To your left is American. To your right is European. It's a different way that they make and thread the yarn together. There's an actual visible difference. I find it funny. And that's supposed to be their worsted. It's a level 4. It's a difference on the thickness. Most of their yours says it is light. I know it's light, and so you're like, but I want worsted. You know me. You can spy in the original yarn at a glance. I didn't know you were such an aficionado. Where did the ending of this thing go? Oh, there it. I'm like trying to put things together, and it's like I don't know where the end of this pin went. You need the Aran yarn for a thicket. The prices. Your mom, your mom probably definitely could. That's facts. Oh yeah, absolutely. The Aran line's like, holy shit. And this was on sale. The funny thing is this is $12. Each of these are $12 on sale for 8. Well, hold on. Something comparable. This is $12. What's on sale for 8? See the difference? American, European. You're not wrong. It shows you the difference between European and American pricing. I'm not saying it's bad. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm glad I've got this yarn because now I can make some spoopy shit with it. But at the same time, I can't really turn around and make this with this. I'm going to attempt to, but there's going to be a difference in yarn. You're so colorful. And you're all just yellow. Okay. Well, I mean. Yeah, right. Yes, you lived in such a clean environment. The only thing is that at least we have air conditioners. I hit you with the air conditioner. I know. I'm not sorry. I am, but I'm not. But I am, but I'm not. At least we have the working. We have them. On a regular basis. One village. Yes, only one person in your village can have the air conditioning. Yes. This is how you stop your air pollution. And how are you doing, Squishy? Hopefully well. And apparently you crochet, I'm assuming, or do you knit? Majestic's here to just chuckle and go, silly American. Which is totally fair and accurate. Still in the buff. You're a hooker. Nice. Well done. You pollute in other ways. Wait a minute. Yes, of course you have air pollution. But you don't have as much as we do. I mean, I remember the days of Aquanet. Long before the Cookie Monster was born. Aquanet was a thing. Still, ironically enough, it still is a thing. Because if you go to any drag show, holy shit. Nothing stays. And it solidifies hair like hair cement, which is Aquanet. And anyone else can tell that's a fucking fact. And what are you working on now, Swishy, that you happen to be covered in yarn barf? Maybe if I move this, actually, if I move this over a bit more. Where's the backing? Oh, the back's here. Shit. If I move this over, then I'm not completely in. We're going to be in this one way or another. Oh, this is fine. This is all fine. Not a problem. A cat, which seems to be way too appropriate. You're not wrong. Eben was, until he had to go AFK, caught underneath a cat. I believe the cat just tried to curl up into his shirt? Something close to that? I don't think Majestic has any pets. Why is that over there? My cat will see a werewolf. You had a rent-a-cat twice. Well, that's fair. And that you're correct. We don't own them. We just rent them. So what are you doing today, Majestic? We've got Squishy making a cat. What color cat are you making, by the way? AKA my parents went on holiday, so you cat sat. Oh, that's fair. Where'd they go? Hopefully somewhere nice. If they did not go into a nice place, I would be slightly disappointed. I mean, they're right there. Italy, you think? Oh, that's fair. My dad, so my cousin got married in Greece last month. And my dad did a whole holiday out of it. He went there for Greece. He went there for the wedding. And then he went to Ireland. And he spent about a week and a half there. Started as it looking, oh, that's going to be cute. Well, once you get done with the yarn barf. But then again, you're making a cat. They barf all the time, so that's accurate. No, we don't want to pull. Ooh, did we? Oh, here we are. Okay. Well, that doesn't look too bad. Let's pull that a bit more. Where are we at now? Oh. I'm going to pull this out because I don't know where I'm at now. Oh, there we are. Okay. Now, he wasn't really originally supposed to be doing that. You've been to Ireland, got lost in Dublin. I mean, that would be the place to get lost at, so well done. It's a very large, well, it's not a large city compared to American standards, but it's a pretty big city. It's really nice too. I've been there twice. Speaking from experience, you prefer yarn. You're not wrong. I used to have a cat, so I am with you on this, and I agree. But Dublin wasn't a bad place to get lost in. Dad and Kathy, my aunt, they spent, I think, like 2 days in Dublin before they went to not Northern Ireland, but the north of Ireland. They stayed in the Republic, and it wasn't until my aunt left that my dad went to Northern Ireland. 2 different countries, so that's why I'm making the distinction.
hate putting the ears too close together, and that's why I'm sewing it, and I can always take this out. Yeah, I'm not liking that. I want this bit over a bit more. Originally, Dad wasn't even supposed to go to Ireland. Mom and Dad were supposed to go to... They were actually supposed to leave way before the wedding and spend 2 weeks in Eastern Europe to explore some of the countries they haven't been to yet. And unfortunately, when Mom passed away in May, well, that just killed out all those plans. So this fishing trip and meeting Kathy up in Ireland, or Kathy meeting up with Dad in Ireland, was a complete another new change. But then again, my dad's never traveled alone before. He hasn't traveled alone in 54 years. So this was a whole new experience for him. You don't get lost easy, but when you crossed a bridge without me noticing, I was convinced we hadn't crossed a bridge, so I was doomed. Oh, that's fair. There are so many bridges in Dublin, it's not even funny. It's like, which bridge did we cross again? And did we cross against this one? Or did we cross against the wrong one? I don't remember anymore. My mom made us count the bridges we were going over. Because as we were going through Ireland, it was like, did we go over this one? Or we're supposed to go over that one. And then we got lost, and yeah. We had to actually find a police officer. He was very kind, of course. Hi, we're just a whole bunch of dumb Yankees that got lost. We don't know where the fuck we're at. And he's like, oh yeah, you go over here, you go over there, go there. Don't bother counting the bridges. Go over here. We're like, okay, cool. So much walking, though. Holy shit. I don't think I did... I do a lot of walking, especially when we go to visit Dad in Colorado. But Ireland was a brand new experience of walking. I mean, there were days I was going between 14 and 16,000 steps. When I got back to America, I was like, holy shit. Doing 12,000 or doing 2,000 was like nothing. It's like, oh, well, I'm so used to walking everywhere. And then it was like, yeah, well, you're here. Walking is not an option, especially when you're going there. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. You're not right. Chicago, everyone thinks, oh, yeah, you walk everywhere. No, we don't. To walk from one side of the city to another, yeah, I would never advise that. It takes about 2 hours just by car alone. People are like, oh, you should be walking everywhere. Not when you're going from the south side to the north side. On a good day in a car, it would take you about a half an hour, maybe hour. On a bad day, especially during traffic, yeah, you're talking about 2 hours. I would never suggest you walk. Maybe walk a couple of blocks in Chicago, sure. Absolutely. Get a hotel in the Loop. Walk around the Loop. Go for it. Walk around anywhere else in the city, past a 5-10 block grid? No. Funny thing, you were a Boy Scout in uniform at the time. An American tourist asked to take a picture of me in Delaware. Well, you know, it was the uniform that got him, Majestic. They probably thought it was the coolest thing ever to see you in a uniform. And why not? I'm trying to unpick this, and I don't remember which way I decided to do the yarn, and now I'm regretting my life choices here. Where are we at? Over here. Hey, you know, they'll just have that fond memory. Hey, Grandpa, who's this little kid? I don't know. It was some kid in a nice Boy Scout outfit. I thought, why not take a picture of him? He was delighted. He let me do it. And then somebody will do this oil painting of you, and you'll be passed down the generations of the little Belgian boy in the Boy Scout uniform. Don't know if I even had your hat with you. Do it in a blue shirt and shorts. Just around the shed. You'll just walk around the shed where it's warmer and safe. I mean, sure. You can actually in the university campus, you could just turn around and go between the shed, the planetarium, and the field museum. Hey, you never know whatever it is, Majestic. I find it humorous, and I'm here for this. And I think I fucked up my ears, which is not the best in the world, but that's fine. I would say it's a happy little accident. It's just I don't remember where the fuck I pulled this shit from. Junie needs to pay attention more when she's doing yarn. Alright, come on. 20 years from now, the painting will be in the Smithsonian Unknown Scoutboy. And knowing Belgian health, knowing your health, your insurance and your health care, 200 years later, you'd be like, oh, look it's me. And 5 generations of Americans will pass, and they'll look at you and go, what do you mean it's you? Oh, yeah, that's me. I posed for that. And then they'll have to change the name of the painting from Unknown Scoutboy to Majestic Airhead Scoutboy. Wow, I fucked this up royally, and I don't even know how the hell I did this. I have a feeling it's either one of these two, and I'm not even sure which one, because they're not pulling. It's there. That's the loop, and that's. Oh, I see what I'm doing. There we go. I just had to pull that one. Hello, how to frog with Junie Van Esch. I will teach you all the ways of the frog. The frogging is so fucking real right now, it's not even funny. But here we are. You think our doctors have a better way to see if you think I'm making it to luck. You have a better shot of it than me making 250. Look I love on everyone who's getting closer to 40 going, I'm getting a little old. You guys aren't getting old at all. You only did the best part. 40s are like, oh, my life is full of regret. Let me now make all these better choices. Where I'm like 50 going, I'm fucked. And this is where Mystic remembers I'm 50. Yeah, well, I think it's safe that we both won't make it. I believe in you, Mystic. I should say Majestic. I keep so used to calling you Mystic. I'm sorry. I should just call you Cookie Monster. Just end it all. I love how this ear is, but at the same time, this ear is too big for the little head. I'm gonna have to redo the ears. Well, actually, if I do this, Junie needs to sit for a moment. If I do that, that's gonna... Hold on, let me bake. That'd work. I can do a curve on this instead of doing it flat. Because I did it flat for the last one. What? Having it curved and concave like that isn't bad. That isn't bad. Because it'll sit right on that edge. It's going to go back a bit, but at the same time... Gotta go be a streamer myself. Be back once I'm done if you're still going. Okay, have a good time. Thank you, Rev. You Mystic. It's just your spooky persona. That's fair. Ravenous is doing, I believe, a Call of Cthulhu game. Presently. I will be in his Monday game. So if you guys want to see him... He is right there in Ravenous Archon. I will be doing the spoopiness myself tonight on McStabber. Oh, excuse me for coughing. Apparently, the water likes to seep down into my lungs. But, hi, words. Sorry, I'm trying to now think of how we're tacking this down. So Rav does TTRPGs with Call of Cthulhu. He does do a whole bunch of other games. So if you'd like to go and watch him too, I'm sure he wouldn't mind the follow or the watching or the lurking, as we are all doing fun stuff together on the internets. And that's fair. That is your spoopy persona. I totally agree with you on that, Majestic. Everything with an M is just like, oh, it's this word you're trying to say, but then it's not that word you're trying to say, and I can't say words anymore, clearly, because my English is a little bit off. Oh, mother trucker in a handbasket. Okay, so we're going to start stabbing downwards, because stabbing westward was not my idea. Here. Sure thing. Javier? Well, I mean, you can't call... Yeah, fair enough. See, Xavier. Or is it how are you pronouncing that? Yeah, my pronunciation key still sucks. Okay? I will totally admit this. Hi, if you don't have a name I can pronounce, I fuck it up. Just gonna use random words starting with J so we can be... That's fair. I mean, that really is fair. I'm not even upset by that. I'm trying to just remember him stabbing downwards and trying to capture his fucking ear. There's no rhyme or reason or pattern to it. It's just trying to like, oh, I need to do this. And make it look pretty. Ew, that's a little bit too far from where I need you to be. You need to be here. Now, Jellypea, you can say however you're correct. I've been called Jujubee before. That is actually a nickname I have had. Which I have no problem with. I actually like Jujubee. That's why I keep calling you Cookie Monster, because it's easier for me to remember. Because you were always so into Cookie Monster, which is valid. It's remembering to say mystic or majestic instead of mystic, and it's like, fuck. I can't say words anymore, apparently. Exactly. And I hope the rest of you guys are doing alright. While I'm just giving Majestic a horrible time because my name and words. Okay, that's not bad. Alright, now I'm not going to tie this off yet because I want to make sure we're doing it right. So I have to do this to the other hand too. Hey Terraqua. Good Abend. Ich weiß es nicht. I want to say... Was ist leicht? Let's see. 5, und 6. Yeah. Now I've got to count. Give me a second. We start at 6:30 when we get back. We'll get online. It's almost noon. 1, 5, 20 Auflist? Basic? I still don't know that. Tyranniqua is from Germany, so I respond with a little bit of German when I can. I said to him in German that I wasn't sure how long I was going to be on. It's right now 11:47. Well, it was 46. And it kind of maybe about 2 to 3 hours I'll be on for. I started at McStabbers at 6:30 so I could do storytelling, but I also have to remember sure I'm rewinding or winding down, taking a nap, getting ready, putting on makeup and all that crap for storytelling, and a wig because my hair isn't naturally purple and overly curly if you haven't noticed. So was ist? And I asked him, what is it? As in, like, what is he up to? Because I can't say that in German. And now Majestic's like, oh, shite. Just so you know, Majestic is is a streamer from Belgium, Antwerp. And he is a good friend of the channel. He is known as the Cookie Monster. I'll be back in 30, going to get some groceries. No problem, go for it. And hello, Nelly. Nelly Dunn. Are you done or just done? Alright, so we're going to try and do this here. Okay. Blind sewing. This is fine. Hopefully you guys are doing great. What am I making today? I am making, as soon as I can secure this for a second. Just a second. Give me... Remember, I usually say 1 minute bitte. Because I'm trying to secure this. I am making a werewolf pincushion. Give me a second. I will show you the thing. This is the prototype. We have changed the ears quite a bit, as you can see. Actually, can't see. Without blinding me, that would be great. So this is more of a 2D-ish, flat kind of ear. Where I decided we're going to make this a little bit more concaved. So it's actually an ear. It's not overly cat-like, but it gives that 3D-ish kind of impression. Excuse me when I stretch my ear. There we go. So, this is part of our urban collection, and then I'll be working on a teddy bear to finish off because I promised my daughter I'd make her a teddy bear, and I have the nose, the ears, and the head done. I've got the 2 front hands done. I have to do the body and the back feet. So above, I guess, are pine cones with ears. Yes. Because it will be eventually attached to... Oops, and that was not what I meant to do. It will be attached to the face. Snout. Eyes. So eventually it'll be They're all angry, guys. At least
I put this so you can actually identify where the eyes were. These were just... The eyes are somewhere. I made sure you could actually see the eyes. Give it a little bit more of a pop. We have werewolf, we have fae, we have mage, and kindred as part of this collection. And I actually bought glow in the dark for wraith. So there are the dead being, well, I mean, kindred are the dead too. But, you know, the dead are being represented as well. Let me move this back over. The one thing I hate about this is trying to sew this on and keep things steady. I try to use pins, but I get stabbed quite a bit because stab. Let's do this. It tries to help, but then again, I can't see and I can't move and I can't manipulate things, but you know. Such is the life when you're being stabby. And how are you doing today? We are talking about spoopy things. Majestic calling me different names because I can't remember call him Mystic, or I call him Mystic and I mean Majestic, or I should just call him Cookie Monster. While I believe Squishy is making a tabby cat and dealing with yarn barf right now. Ebony went to go and decide what dinner is like while John is lurking, as well as Antera. Which is all good. We welcome all of the things today. Went out today for textile shopping, and now you're working on ooh, what colors? What are you working on for Inktober? Correct jalapeno. Thank you. Mercury on a stick. Yesterday's prompt is scarecrow. Nice. That's it. You are Mercury on a stick. Or any other M name I could think of. Which isn't many because I don't know many M names. One thing I hate about pinning is that I forget when I unpin. It's like, oh, you forgot to do all of that. I thought it was all secure. Damn pins and their illusions. Somewhere apparently the Wizard of Oz was on TV. Oh, nice. Well, I mean, if they only had a brain. I can't whistle very well. I admit this. The Wizard of Oz. How you know the holidays are coming? Because they throw it on for filler to distract the children. Alright, that's not too bad. It's nice. They're both kind of in the middle, deviating a little bit down into the back. But they still give that kind of wolfy kind of look to them. So if I put this on the head, you know it's a werewolf. Well, you know it's at least a wolf. Or a dog. Aru. That's not bad. Am I going to remember to do this the next time I have to make one? Probably not. But this is alright. Each one is uniquely done. With guidance, and many people staring and watching me going, why did you decide to choose this? And I'm like, I don't know. This is just what my life decided to do. Here we are. I can't say anything too disparaging. John is lurking, so he'll pop up and go, nope, you gotta say 3 nice things about yourself if I say more, because then I'm like, and they don't remember how to say those things. My memory is gone. Okay.
That's done. Stretching when you're not meant to stretch. It's fine. We all like Wizard of Oz. Well, I mean, most people do. Until you've watched it forever, like with what was the one that's always played on every Sound of Music? And then you have your grandmother singing all the songs in German behind you. And that's where I originally heard the International Friendship song. Das ist so ein Kindlein, ja, das ist so ein Kindlein, das ist so ein Tick-Tack-Tack, so ein Tick-Tack-Tack, Kugelflack, Tick-Tack, ohne Schläger, Schnitzelbank. And then we ran around the entire house, singing songs as my other grandmother looked and going, what the fuck are you talking about? Can't say you've had that experience. That's fair. My grandmother liked to make games out of certain things. So when we would be cooking for Thanksgiving, because that's what she used to do, and we were at her house, she would make things into games to teach us different words in German. She's from Austria. She was from Österreich. So for her, teaching us a bit of her culture and her world, because she didn't have anyone really to talk to in German except for my other grandparent, she would teach us all this so that she could keep up with her German, because her sisters talked at a faster rate than what she remembered when she would call over. Because I believe she was the middle child of 10, and there was only 4 sisters left in Graz. And 2 sisters went to Canada. So she would run around and make songs and stuff like that for us to try and remember how to say the words, and actually keep up with her own understanding as well. And that's how I learned how to make Apfelstrudel, Apfelkak, Vanillekiffers, Buchholz, her idea of Stollen, and she would tell us everything in German, and we'd have to run around the place to get it for her. And the funny part is when I started cooking with my other grandmother, and she's 100% Irish, but she's American, we would be running around, and Brian and I, my brother, would turn around and be like, okay, well, I need the Eier, and I need the milch, or I need the Zucker. And my grandmother would be going, what the fuck are you saying? And we just kind of like stop and go, well, I'm getting this and I'm getting that, and we translate. And she's like, well, how did you know all this? And we're like, well, when you're baking, the other Nana, this is what she's telling us we need to get. And then we started doing the whole song, and she's just like, okay, well, that's different. I'm like, yeah, welcome to my world. And her husband, my grandfather, who was born up in a German household, he's like, oh yeah, this is what we do. I'm like, okay. So the Prussian and the Austrian were doing things the same way at times. So I was like, oh. I just assumed that's how we do it. So when I do things with Bridget, that's how she knows how to bake and stuff, is because I'm saying things in German. All your family comes from English-speaking countries. One set of grandparents, regional accent, has his own words. No, that's fair. Dialects are a bitch. There's things like it's the tone in which we say it here in the Midwest, but normally we don't ask you how you are or whatever. We just say, you good. the way we say you good is like, that could be a greeting. That could be a concern. That could be like a vibe check. But it's all in the way that you say it. Sometimes we don't say goodbye. We just say have a nice one. Or have a good one. Specifically Doric, which is the type of Scots. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine that. I mean, the Highlands itself has its own, from what I understand, and you can correct me because I know I'm American and I do not live in your country, and I apologize. But from our understanding, hell, and I'm not talking about just seeing that. I haven't actually watched the Outland series, but I've seen bits and pieces in TikTok. From it goes, you have your own kind of. The accent's a lot thicker, but at the same time, there are phrases that you guys kind of mash up together. It's kind of like German. They don't have a specific like way of saying things. It's more of a dialect thing of how you mash up words together. Which I find kind of cool. Because the way that people turn around and mash up languages together makes it really interesting to find out what's the meaning and why did you mash the words up to get to that point, which is cool. And I hold no judgment. I think it's really cool. Only time I've ever heard was in a movie that was, yeah, I saw that movie. The guy no one understands, just like my great uncle. Oh, that's funny. You never properly watched. Neither have I. I have not. My mother read the books. And when the show finally came out, she was like, oh, this is all wrong. This is blah, 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 blah. And this is this, and this is that. And that. She should have been here. And I'm like, okay, ma. Sure. No, you don't understand. I'm like, I'm not here to argue. I don't know. I didn't read the book. Like, you understood the guy perfectly. I think the only time I don't understand, like, a Scottish accent, when Robin Williams goes up to... Okay, so when Robin Williams does his usual Scottish accent, that's fine. But he was on Craig Ferguson's... I would say this was, like, ages ago, about a couple years prior to his... before he passed. And he and Craig Ferguson were talking, and he went into the Scottish accent. And then as he went up more and more Highlander, the less I understood. But I had to sit there and think and break it down into what did he try to say. Which was in and of itself a linguistic educational moment where I'm going, holy fuck. I mean, I could totally fake it, but at the same time, you'd understand everything I was saying. There's a Scottish streamer known as Zornaf, and I always turn around and try to say things where he doesn't get, and he gets at me every time. It's like, I can't fool him. Apparently, someone you went to high school is in it. Oh, that's fair. Hey, I think of it as it's an interesting... Oh, Scheiße. Sorry. And then if I say things in German, people don't know what I'm saying. Yeah. Some accents are super hard. I like to try and sit there and listen and try and break it down. I love accents. I try to do accents. But it's like, I don't know what we're listening to. I'm not liking that song. I love sitting there and listening to accents. I could listen to Eben Blade for hours. I mean, I'm sure I could listen to you for hours. The accents are what are amazing. And yes, I see what I did wrong there. Oh yeah. And I understand I speak with an accent, so I am not completely oblivious to my own accent. I just try to make sure that people understand me. I try not to talk too much Southsider, because if I go Southside, then I start dropping different consonants and whatnot. My TH is going to D's. I actually, instead of saying a 3, I see a tree. And I don't mean the ones that are growing up from the ground. 2 tree blocks south, go down left, and take a right, and then you go down to Wabash, you'll be fine. And I'm not even trying to trip people up on the accent either. And it's just funny, depending on where in Chicago you were raised, you know exactly where they're from. Somebody from the south side talks completely different from somebody up on the north side. You have an odd accent, to be honest. Picked up bits of different places. That's fair. Depending on how you say different words over here, usually people can guess where you're from. If you don't have a distinguishable accent, if you just have a normal, like, hi, I'm Sally from Whitestone, and you just talk with this kind of like, and I'm not even using my nose, this normal kind of just Yankee accent, it's just bland. But once you start using the nose and you talk more nasally, then I know you're from the Northwest or Northeast. So usually Ohio, Pennsylvania, going towards New York. And we're not talking the city, we're talking the state. But then when you start dropping R's, so you packed a cat, have a yad. I know you're either from Massachusetts, Boston, or somewhere around New York. If you've dropped all of your R's together, you're from Jersey. Why? Jersey is just a crazy ass state. That, and also it's got a lot of different distinctuals from middle to southern Europe, usually based within Italy or some of the Mediterranean. If you talk with a southern accent, darling, you're just from the south. This one's more genteel, from if you think about like Richmond, Virginia. It's something southern that it's just kind of like warms your heart and wants to give you a little bit of a cuddle. That's all, upper southern, not complete southern. But Georgian's a very hard accent to do. Being that I'm from the north, they have a bit of a drawl. It takes long. They talk, but it's a longer talk. Like you're waiting for something to grow and you're just kind of shooting the breeze. And then you go more into like a Creole. Think of Gambit, where Danashe. And you have that Creole mixed in with a little bit of a French, like a little bit of a French accent. Texan's its own accent that I really can't ever try to do. Then you go more into the western states, like if you go to Colorado, they talk pretty much like me. But more into the western, that's when you get your Wreckin' and your cowfolk and your cowboys. And then California is just a mixture of everything else. Just put it into a pot, simmer it, and there you go. I'm going through America in all the wrong places. Incorrect places people thought you were from based on your accent. England, Edinburgh, New Zealand, Germany, vaguely Eastern Europe, and South Africa, you think. Damn. Okay, that has to be a compilation of a lot of places. Though with Australian I'm surprised at. Australian is just English on a vacation. So with England, from what I've understood from doing from England, and Eben Blade, when he comes back, can tell me differently. For what I understand, when you do English, it's more upper prose. Yeah, I always feel like I have to sit up correctly. I have to have proper structure and proper posture to do an English accent. Because usually I'm trying to do received pronunciation, not going down to the East End with two stocks and smoking barrels. But at the same time, when I have to do an Australian accent, I think English, and then I've just taken the I'll just taking the stick out of your ass, and you go on vacation, and you just sit back and relax. So you don't have to worry about things. No worries, mate, it's all good. Put a couple prawns on the barbecue, sit back, relax. We will never give you Foster's, because that is not Australian for beer. And just, relax, and pop up on the sand, and just, get yourself a little bit of a tan. It's all right, no worries. Just go box with a roof for a while, it's fine. That's what I think of when I go into an Australian. I don't know how the difference between no one guesses Australian and your mom's Aussie. I could have picked up. That's fair. Australians very interesting. They're very quirky, and they have a lot of ways of just saying different things, and you're just like, what the fuck? For German, I just remember my grandfather and my grandmother. My grandmother's still alive, but Papa was very... Why am I doing it this way? I'm like halfway through, not even halfway through, and I'm like botching this up. I'm trying not to botch this up, but I'm botching this up, and I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. But Papa, he was American, but he was raised speaking here. Hi, welcome to America, where German was his first language and English was his second, because he was still part of an immigrant family where they thought, and that's how they worked with things. I'm not gonna fuck this up, and I'm already going through this. Yeah, we're gonna wait on this because I'm talking and doing things, and I'm not paying attention to what I should be doing. So, let's see if I can pull out some of these that are not right. That's why I love my nails. I can just pull shit. And for German, I just have to remember what my grandmother would say, because she still had an accent when I was a child. And she would mix in her words with German, so very much I hear a lot of uns. She couldn't pronounce the THs, so instead of saying bathroom, she says bathroom. She used a lot of inst, or einst, or ich. She'd also say a lot of V's instead of W's. Instead of I will go work, I will go work. There was never a different, and I know that there's no difference between the W and the V in German, but in English, it's so easy to tell. The V's are always pronounced with the W. I'm the same in German. It's my first English second. Yeah. Oh, estudio español un año. Hablo inglés un poco. I can ask where the bathroom is. That's pretty much all I can say. Or maybe go to the bar and ask for a beer. Though we all know donde está la biblioteca, and yes, I always want to know where the library is. Hey, well, hands down, most controversial thing I'll ever say. The Beast didn't win Belle's heart. The library did. Tell me I'm wrong. And I find it funny because that's how my grandfather would think and talk, was in German. So sometimes when absolutely the library, yes, thank you. So every time we would say something in English, he would look at me, especially when we were learning English and learning how to write. So about third grade, and we would have to at times go to my grandparents' house because my dad needed a babysitter. My mom was sick. Oh my God, the library was fucking mental, man. I'm like, can I just live here? I just want a cot right there in the corner. I'll be fine. But we would be writing English, and he would be like, well, that's not right. You have to say this, this, and this. And I said, no. It's subject, verb, adjective. Where he's used to saying verb, adjective, subject. And he's like, well, that's not how this works. And I said, well, I don't know what English you learned, but this is what the nuns are teaching us now. And when you have nuns for teachers, you know for a fact you don't go up against what they're telling you. Rulers are a thing. I swear we're listening to Sims. Actually, this is very cathartic that I'm taking this apart because I was doing this completely wrong. I mean, I was trying to do it right, but then I did it wrong. Yikes to nun school. I went to Catholic grade school, high school, and college. When I was a child, they tried to make me write with my right hand instead of my left. I am a lefty. However, I do crochet with my right hand. So I find that hilarious. That's why I had the knife motion instead of the pencil motion when I hold my crochet hook. People ask why. I don't know. It just is. You went to Catholic school and you didn't have nuns. We did. That's fair. Not all Catholic educational systems have nuns. That's completely fair. Ours did, I think we had Carmelite nuns. I don't remember exactly which order it was. But yeah, there was... They first tried to make you write right-handed by putting your hand behind your back. And they would say, start writing like this. And I would try, and I would never get it correct. And so they finally started letting me use my left after my father came in and had a bit of a talk with the nuns. My dad's left-handed as well. So... And I won't go into the whole thing of it, but that's it. The educational system is interesting here. And apparently I'm shedding. But yeah, it's kind of funny with the English and German mix of my family. Because when I would go back then with my homework, Sister Pat would always ask me, why did you make these choices? And I'm like, well, my grandpa was helping us with our homework. And he said, this is what I should be doing. And she went, why? And I went, well, this is how he worked it. And she's like, okay. And then she asked me the pivotal question. Is he native? And I said, yeah, he's native. Native English speaker is what I mean. And she's like, okay, well, this is not... And I said, but he also speaks German. Oh. And the thing was is that back in the war, my grandfather was a translator. That was his whole thing. He was an infantry soldier that spoke German. So he would translate. You went to Catholic school for a few months in first grade until your mom got remarried and we moved to Pennsylvania. My teacher wasn't a nun. Most other teachers were nuns. I already heard horror stories, how mean the second teacher Raider was, and she even looked scary. Most just pissed off. You're not wrong. It took you a long time to realize that it's kind of odd that they still send kids to separate schools depending on the religion. That's fair. We were raised... The differences were... because of how for us it's also because of the region you're in, the school system, and what they're hoping for you to achieve. And my family was predominantly Catholic, so that's all they knew, and most of it was also cultural. So it was religious and cultural at the same time. So you had many Protestants going to, of course, a public school. Though I find it interesting. I had people of different religions go to our school. So not only were people Catholic, we had those that were Hindi. We had a couple of Jewish kids in our school, and we also had a couple of international kids in our school too. So it was more of a melting pot. And at that time, at that time, and I'm saying my age of schools, people thought that Catholic education was the better of the two. I will disagree because Catholic schools in America were not hindrant to or expected to follow the Disability Act in 1972. And then the Act of 2004 for those that happen to have, I don't want to say mental handicaps, but have not only learning disabilities, but those that are gifted, they do not and are not required to provide accommodations or special education for those people. And I happen to have a learning disability. So for me, it was more of, it sucked because I didn't get the help I needed. And the only help that I was able to get, I actually had to go to a public school for it. So every Tuesday, I would have to go to a public school for speech therapy because I have a lisp and I couldn't say my S's correctly. I still can't say them correctly. At least that's what I hear. I still hear the lisp. But I've learned how to hide it amongst a lot of people. Your mom only sent you to Catholic school because it's the right way. It was right by, yeah. Business schools or businesses were going into Columbia then. Yeah. Yeah. The tuition was quite a bit during those days. We had to go to Mass every morning. We did every Friday. Yeah. Can't remember how long it was for, but it was... Mass is usually about an hour and a half. And we'd have to go every Friday. So you after so I think it was like after your third period, we then went to church, and then we'd have lunch after that because you had to fast prior to receiving communion. You heard from a friend of mine that most states, if not all, use standard. Yes, I do. The shock to hear that people having to know these things. Yeah, people. Yeah. So thanks to the Department of Education, standardized testing throughout the states is to get a collective understanding of what the children's educational level is and where are we, in what subject are kids excelling in, where are they failing, and they try to then turn around and use those statistics to then either branch out a subject or bring in a subject or how to turn around and mitigate those issues. Math was the first thing in the morning. Yeah, I wish I wouldn't have been awake. Oh God, no, we never do that. The baptisms were always private to the family, at least in our church. For me, no one picked up that you were neurodivergent until, yeah. So I have not only a speech impediment, I have short-term memory loss, I am visual spatial, a couple other things. And they didn't pick up on that. They always thought I was dumb or I was stupid or I wasn't paying attention. I went through a lot of that, but I understand now where I am. I also learned this from my daughter. Again, touching back earlier on a subject, I have a degree in psychology. And when I saw my daughter not hitting certain markers as a child develops, that's usually a sign of something is, I wouldn't say off, but something is different about them. So I went and had my daughter tested when she was 2. They then said she was developmentally delayed. Immediately in Ohio, they put her into a special ed school. which was great. It immediately got her into the educational system. When I came back here to Illinois, things didn't start until she was 3. So I wasn't able to get her into a school until then. But I always put her in public because she was now put into an individual education plan, which the public schools had to adhere to. A private school would not. Did our best individually, but First Confession, yeah. Now, First Confession was a whole school, was a whole group, your class all had First Confession. But we didn't confess everything in the front of the class. It was a private time. But our first communion we did all as a class. Confirmation we did all as a class, but baptisms were all individual. Back then they didn't have any way to find. Yes, exactly. This is correct. I mean, they looked at me and they just thought I was stupid. When I actually went to college and I got a test and I got assessed, I didn't find out about my learning disabilities until I was 21. And I went, I'm not stupid. I'm just having things that are not allowing me to do stuff. Yeah, communion was in 2nd grade for me too. Yep. When Bridget, my daughter, was, when I had her tested and I was putting her into a school, you know, I had to make sure that they took her IEP and they were going to work with me. And look, I get it. There are some parents that turned around and were like, oh, well, you're going to take care of my kid now. I don't have to deal with any of this. No, we worked in tandem. I worked with the teachers. We worked on how we were going to do this. And we had a notebook. I would always have her with a notebook that the teachers could turn around and write me a note. Tell me what we needed to work on at home. And that's exactly what we did. So Bridget had always people working with her and working with her and for her. And I advocated all the way up until she was 18. And we had to get her reassessed. That is when we found out that she was autistic. We didn't know that she was because girls, the popular thought when she was getting tested was girls could not be autistic. That was only a boy trait, not a girl trait. And when she turned 18, strides had been taken to show that girls could be autistic. And when she was labeled as, it made sense. It was like the missing puzzle piece to her whole academic education and made understanding of her social traits that she had and the social issues she was working with. She doesn't like loud noises. She doesn't like flashbangs. She doesn't like different textures of food. She will never eat potatoes, but she'll have a French fry, but she'll never have a baked potato, a mashed potato, or anything like that. It's because of the texture. She can't handle it. What the? What? How did that happen? What happened with that? Okay, hold on. Now I gotta go to Twitch going, what? Thank you, sub-goal. I didn't know I had a sub-goal. Well, I didn't know that I met the sub-goal. Now I gotta go figure out what the fuck I'm doing with my life. Yeah. Hey, Coco, how are you? God, it's been an age. How are you doing? I think it's all, everyone coming back going, oh my God, she's alive. Oh, parents always have to be involved. The fun thing about attending public Catholic school is they were legally required to teach us. Yes, they did have to teach us sex education. It was awkward, weird, and funny. Busy with a new job, just popping to see who's on. I'm on, hold on. I have a pulse, don't tell anyone. Shh. What new job are you doing? Just like medical stuff. Yes, exactly. Someone fainted and it was bad. Yeah. They put us between, the girls had one room, the boys had another. They showed us a whole video of things, and we were told abstinence is best, but at the same time, we were also told do this and don't do that and all that stuff. And then they had to physically do that to us with
You're a customer care rep, so you're on the phone and you're like, oh, Dominic Patria and Spirit, I hope they are not assholes to you. Tell them to fuck off. I hope you're doing okay, though. Oh my gosh. I still watch you on Facebook because I'm like, oh my god, what is Coco doing? Somebody faded, and yeah, from what we heard from the boys thing was they did a lot of snickering and giggling, and they went, oh, that's not what we knew our to be. We were never told of what the boys stuff did, only the girls. Yes, I did. It was very, very cute. I was like, ooh, that's good. Oh, by the way, Coco, I'm crocheting. Many people don't believe that I actually crochet. I used to be a paracord artist, and I didn't know how to hook. And now because I can't paracord anymore, people taught me how to crochet because I didn't know what to do with my life anymore. And so now it's like, oh, I make all these crazy things. Now you're a fellow hooker. Yeah. Here. Would you like a flaming dumpster fire? I made these. I make, hold on. I gotta pull things. Coco is here. I gotta pull shit. So I decided I'm gonna make these big ass pin cushions. And then you know how I play World of Darkness. Oh my god. Now I gotta grab things and my arms are only so big. Oh my lord. Ah. So then I went, oh, well, I can just turn around and make World of Darkness and put cushions. And I do make them in cupcake form for needles. So I do a lot of crazy things. Cool. How much are those? These will be, I think, 20. But I have ones that are, I think, 15 on my Ko-Fi. And I even made sure I have now buttons. Hold on a minute. I can do a thing. Commands. Oh my god. Okay, my link tree, and I know, my Ko-Fi shop's on this too. Every so often, the bot will throw out my Ko-Fi. So I have not only, beanie hats that I've made, I've done the no cushions, the pin cushions, I've done, stitch markers, because I can still bend pliers. You're totally fine. I do a whole bunch of stuff on there. And then I do have to make more stitch markers. I haven't done that in a minute. You're good. Well, we're talking about educational system. You thinking about getting a sock knitting machine. I do not know how to do that. And I can't knit, so I'm like, I'm not sure I want to do that. And you're fine. We're talking about educational system with Catholic and the public school system. It's not a hard topic, so no worries. We can totally shift gears. But I understand. Okay, so going back onto this topic real fast, I understand how the different educational systems go. Plus, between the Catholic and private, Catholic can actually turn around and adhere to some of what the state tells us we have to do, but then they can ignore some of the other stuff. They are required to teach you sex ed and evolution, where they cannot just say, rely on the Bible. And you're totally fine, Coco. I'm looking at eventually making purses, and I have... Ooh, hold on. Let me grab onto my one thing. I just put the link up there. Here's... Actually, I have two... Thanks to my mom, I have 2 Instagrams.
Yes, you have to make up Muppets. Yeah, the Muppet book came out recently, and there was a lot of people who decided to jump on that and take that, which is totally cool. I just haven't done the Muppets yet. But no, I've got an Instagram for all my work now. So before Mom passed, she would wear some of the stuff that I had made her to a place where my grandmother is now living at. She's in a retirement home, getting care where my mom and my dad weren't able to continue her care because Mom was getting sick. So she would come in with the stuff I had made her on, and it was, oh my God, that's so cute. Where did you get this? How did you do this? Blah 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 blah. And they'd say my daughter made them. Oh well, what can she make? So my mom was like, every time she would go to my Instagram, it was hard to weed through all my pictures that I would do for my my games and whatnot. So I turned around and went, oh, how about if I just make another Instagram and put all my crafts on there? So that is how this second Instagram came to be. So I don't do the paracord anymore. I rarely do cross stitch. I still can do cross stitch. I just don't do it as often anymore. I've actually just dived right into crochet, a lot of it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. So I do a lot more crochet stuff. Fairy Wings and Liliana turned around, and I think it was like one of the conversations I had with them last year. It was one of the few ones I had. They were like, why aren't you making granny squares? And I went, oh, what's that? How do I make those? And then I was obsessed. And then I went, there's a whole bunch of them. There's a whole bunch of granny square projects that I've done here. I do mostly baby blankets, which I love. I love doing them. At some point, I'm going to be doing, did you see the, yes, I saw that. It was done by Red Heart. I was like, and they had spoopy colors too. But I know, I want to try them, but I'm leery of it because of how Red Heart yarn frays so quickly. I'm like, I want to try you, but you have such a horrible reputation. I'm not sure if the $10 to buy this is going to be worth it. Yeah, once again to the Granny Yards, still haven't tried. Yeah. I'm like, I want to try you. You are beautiful. I mean, not just beautiful, you're beautiful. But at the same time, am I going to be horribly disappointed? I'm afraid I don't know what you... But hello, bring your puns to the table. Well, see, I've gotten these. These are from Hobie, from Copenhagen. And they're thin. I mean, they're not thick. So I'm going to try and make little witchy ones of these. I just hoping that they're good. I'm a little nervous about trying it out because it's like, this was $8. They're normally sold at $12. This was $8. I'm like, ah. I do like the Red Heart ombre. I did. This is like, oh, hold on. They were here earlier and I can't remember the name. My head gets a little fried. Space was in here earlier, and they did point out that this is a even though it says worsted, this is a very light worsted. This is almost DK weight. So compared to this is Karen. The beige is Karen. You can see the difference between that and the black. Come on, focus. So it's thin. I don't know how well it's going to turn to being a holder, but I mean, it's really pretty. So I'm kind of not sure if I should make it into a witchy yarn or what to do with it right now. No, but at the same time, I mean, look at how thin this is. I mean, if I do it like that, you can tell right off the bat, this is thin. So, I don't know yet. I mean, it's soft. And you could definitely feel that, you can feel it's thin though. It's very lightweight. It is so soft, but at the same time, it's lightweight. It's not like holding this. So, no, you're fine. I totally understand. Oh, there is this place, and I posted on my I don't know if you're on my Discord or not, Coco. I had gotten hacked, I want to say about 3 years ago, so my old Discord's like long gone because the bitch decided to trash everything. But I saw this, and I blame Canada for this. No, that's totally fair. That's why I said I asked instead of saying, well, go to my Discord here. I saw that on Facebook yesterday. And I saw it. I saw all the yarn. Oh my God, Coco. I was like, if I didn't have to pay rent at the end of the month, dear God. I spent too much insurance penning all the yarn before. It's like, good yarn. Pretty yarn. Let me play with you, yarn. Yes. Only thing I can do on stream that's not TOS, I can pet the yarn for you. Here you go. Hopefully you can understand and feel how buttery smooth this is. And the texture is, the texture is just, ooh, so right. Yes, I know, right? You're planning on working from the US, from US pattern next, which is using worsted weight, but you really don't get much of that here. Yeah. DK and... Okay, so DK and Aaron could have a child. That's worsted. But the funny thing is I don't see a lot of Aaron. I'm probably saying it wrong. ARAN. I don't know how to say that correctly, but from what I say, Aaron is like what Chunky. It's one step. So you've got Chunky and then you've got worsted. But Chunky, in the chunky sense, is more chunky than what it needs to be. And I think that's where Aaron is. Aaron is supposed to be chunky, but decided to go a little bit softer and a little bit lighter. It's like Chunky on a diet. It's Chunky light. And then it's a little bit more than worsted. But what you could do, and here's an idea for you, is you could double ply your DK weight yarn to get worsted. So you could work with 2 threads at once to double it to get to an American sense of worsted, if you so choose. But that's another alternative. I wasn't able to get 2 of these. Otherwise, I would do that, and then I would totally be making one of these. Unfortunately, budget costs did not allow me to buy 2 of these per color. And there was only 2 colors left. The other 2 colors had been sold out. I suppose I could get... Maybe. That's totally fair. I think... I can whip these out pretty quickly. What I'll do is What I can do is I can buy a thing of that Red Heart yarn and just give it a go. The worst thing is it's $10 poorly wasted, but at the same time, at least we'll know. I hate not knowing and missing up on an opportunity, but at the same time, it's like, oh my God, you know? If it's disappointing, then at least it's just $10 worth of disappointment. And I'll just turn around and cut it up and use it as filter for something else. Okay, I'll buy it. We have to go grocery shopping tomorrow. So I'll buy it and I'll just do stream late. I was keeping your eyes open this week when you went to a big craft convention. No, that's totally fair. For Hobie, I have to order online because I can't go to Copenhagen. It just is a thing. This is what they considered... What was this? This is Rainbow 88 cotton yarn. And they want you to use a 4.5 millimeter. So this is close to DK. Or no, this is close to worsted. And this is a Rainbow 8x8. And it's pretty thick. They were telling me I had to turn around and it's like it's a little bit lighter than worsted, but at the same time, it's got the thickness of it. I'm working on a project with this color, or with this kind of yarn, and they were telling me I had to do a 2 millimeter. I'm like, there's no way in hell I can use a 2 millimeter. I have to use a 3. The 2 millimeter is too small, and it's starting to fray the yarn. So I was like, no, I'll go with a 3 millimeter. You're paying bills, so you have to come back to reality. I know, right? I looked at that going, holy shit. I just looked at it going, if I didn't have to pay bills, half of that shit would be mine. I would turn around and buy those. What are those? The hooky thing that you put the hanks on. I can't think of it to save my life at the moment. But I would have bought one of those because I would have then turned around and made cakes out of it. I would have actually bought one of those hank holder thingies. I can't think of it for the life of me what they're called. Yeah. You know what I'm trying to say. Yeah. The thing that you put the hanks on so that you could turn around and make cakes out of them because hanks. Oh, I don't like this. This is annoying. I like most of what this thing has been playing, but yeah, that. I would if I had the money, I would have totally bought a lot of different hanks from those color patterns because oh my god, they're beautiful. And then at the same time, I would have been like, shit, I can't cake these. I'm buying a yarn swift because I need to make stuff from a hank to a cake. Well, I would have totally, again, if I didn't have rent. Oh, that week, you're not wrong. I know, right? It's not like I'm not playing it. Actually, if I could win the lottery, and I'm not talking like the little lottery, I'm talking like if I got the one with the billions, fucking retire, head off, create. I actually would think about going to like Ireland or something, getting myself a sheep farm, and then making wool, or not just wool, but I'd actually turn around and do yarn dyeing. And do a nice business. A nice yarn business. Sell right out. Transfer it all out. Oh, yeah. That would be amazing. And then stream with all the yarn dyeing and shit. I mean, Who wouldn't want to sit there watching people dye yarn as well as make stuff from that yarn? I mean, I'm for it. I'm here. Sign me up. And then depending on how you could turn around and do the shipping, because in Ireland, the shipping, you're dealing with EU, not Brexit. It makes it, it's a different thing with shipping, different thing with inventory and everything, as well as taxes, fees. And being that if you did that, it'd be sorting, I'd be sorting Ireland. Why not? The Von Esch Farm. Welcome to Von Esch Farm and Family Yarnery, where not only we dye, we're on Twitch, but at the same time we strangle yarn, because no matter in the world, murder is illegal. We don't look good in orange. Been to the north, but not Republic's beautiful. I have not been to north, but I've been to Republic. So we've had the opposite. Another Catholic community has this discussion. One of them founded this massive, huge house, rooms for all of us, plus rooms. Yes. If I had to stay in the States, I would definitely stay in a blue state, because blue is the best for me, because I am a woman. I know it's surprising. But I would definitely do either yarn or a yarn farm or something where it's a large thing, so I could have people come in and do like yarn giveaways or yarn vacations, where you can actually participate in the yarn dyeing yourself. I find that many people don't get to do the experience. Everyone gets to play with the yarn. So hookers get to deal with a lot of stuff with yarn, but they don't actually deal with a lot of the processes of. And why not make it a weekend getaway with your friends to turn around and do yarn dyeing and keeping the yarn that you've dyed to make something really pretty out of it. And you can do different compilations of it. Been to actually go down south if you ever can. There's this place in Dublin called the Harry Lemon, and it was a fantastic place that my parents, I and my daughter, we had a great dinner there. Actually, great lunch and dinner. Fantastic place. It's down in, I think it's down in Grafton, the Grafton area, or it's by Temple Bar. I don't remember. I can look it up for you if you ever go. Let me know. I don't mind looking things up for people. And they're like, oh yeah, we went here. But Ireland, very, very lovely place. Oh my God, so many craft stores. At the time, it was only jewelry making, so it was really hard to find a bead shop. But they had so much places for yarn and sewing, and many of our other friends would have so much fun there. Can't remember how much land the house was. Acre. Oh God, yes, you would definitely need acres. Plus, what I would do is I'd do like a main house and then do cottages. So the main house, you do all of your crafting and whatnot. The little cottages is where people would stay. I think I would be living on the second floor just because main house. But, you know, you guys have your little pantries and kitchenettes and stuff like that. Your family goes back generations in Italy, where herders and specializes in making wool. See, there you go. Coco Colleen, this is where she lives. Blame them for our obsession. You're not wrong. I mean, hell, I'm for it. Can we make it a thing? I mean, I'm for it. I'd go for it. What time? Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Cool. I got a couple more hours. My hard stop usually now is 4 p.m. because that gives me enough time to sit, take a nap, get myself ready, figure out what I'm going to eat for lunch. and then get ready for McStabber stream because I will be doing storytelling tonight. But I'm sorry, I had to look at the time. I'm good right now. No worries. We're fine. We're okay here. And we're almost done with the werewolf. So it'll give me enough time to probably do a leg or two on our bear, because we are making a teddy bear for my daughter. We're crossing the streams. Meet up somewhere in between. You're not wrong. I mean, you're in the Palm. I'm way past, like, you're like here. I'm like there. So I'm sure we can. But I think, you know what, with the way that trying to get that lottery going, dear Lord. All I know is if I win the lottery, at least I know I can set up Bridget's future perfectly. Invest a vast majority of it, put it into some nice funds for her, and then just, we'll just find a place, create a big huge yarn vacation getaway, and then just offer it out into like the mass public. And I think a lot of yarn enthusiasts will be coming out by going, I need this place. This side of Chicago. Yes. You're not wrong. Yarn Haven, that's it. And we'll be open to international travel too, so you all can come and do the things. I think I'd only be shut down for a couple of holidays, because apparently some holidays you need off, but seriously, that's what we're calling it. Now, I'm fine with that. So here is your werewolf. I did change the ear structure from... Give me a second, we'll bring this down. So I did change the ears. So instead of having this as a flat ear that you could just turn and pose, it's actually an extra bow that is front loop only, that gives us more of a tension ear, where this was just kind of like, meh, I'm just gonna flop my ears all around. This gives it a bit more of a tension, and I kind of like it. So this will always be our I always do demos or prototypes. This is our prototype. This is what we'll be selling on this thing. I have, I think, made one to finish, and then I could put... Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Because I'm a goof. Hold on. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, the last one I had to do is the mage. So, this we just finished. This one we finished a little bit ago. This is our Fae. I actually made him with a smiley face because if you know the Fae, they're tricksters. Then I made this one with yarn from, I think this was loops. This is the Joanne Fabrics, and it reminded me of candy corn, so we made that. And then this is the glow in the dark. For these, they come in this, and they were on sale for I think like $5.64. So I managed to get out of one skein this and almost this. Almost a full bottom of another wraith. So, and the only thing you've got to remember for these is you have to like literally put them into the light for at least a good like 3 or 4 minutes, and then put them into the dark so that they can glow. So, but we have wraith, and so I'll have to do one more, and that will have the fantasy collection done. This one's only a limited time while I've got this. While I've got the glow-in-the-dark yarn. So we finished the werewolf. We'll have to do the mage next, but I'm not worried about that. I'm not going to start that today. I still have to work on Bridget's teddy bear, so we're actually going to do that now. Because I have now I got the face all crocheted. I have the front legs crocheted. I need to do the back legs, and then I've got to do the body. I forgot I put all of my shit done over in the light box so I could actually like take pictures of it. So this is what we've done so far. This is the head. It really doesn't look like a head, but trust me, it's a head. So the head's here. Then, I know I'm going to fold this right back up. I've got both ears here. Muzzle. And then the two front arms. And you have, and on my Instagram, you do see two of these done. One in blue and one in a soft rainbow yarn. That was Karen's cinnamon swirl yarn. Beautiful to work with. Very soft, very easy to handle. I loved it. I wish they make more of that, but they did not. Lasai. And then they took, the moment I discover it, it's like, oh, this is just our seasonal yarn for summer. Now we're going to kill it off. And I'm like, fuck all. Okay, hold on. Somebody says something somewhere. I just say, oh, somebody's talking about my dice bags or my dice bottles. I'll have to go back and remember that. I know. It's like, let it be out there for a bit. The Simmons World brand in and of itself, and I never spent $54 before in my life, but there are 3 cakes in one. It took me, I bought 4 of them, and buying 4 of them, I was like, okay, cool, this should give me more than enough. I spent 4 cakes. 3 cakes alone on those, on both of those blankets. So I think it's more the fact that they're trying to turn around and make it so that we're not able to buy what we need, but always buy more. And it's like, how is that reliable? How can I turn around and make something if you're not making a consistent size that I need? And you're always guessing. The whole thing with Halloween yarn at Joann's was ridiculous. Absolutely. They actually put this on the glow-in-the-dark. They actually put the glow-in-the-dark yarn on a end cap that wasn't even near the yarn. I'm like, really? And then they were pushing Christmas when I came in. And they had this, they're redoing the entire yarn section. And they're making it bigger. But at the same time, they were pushing their Christmas stuff. So all of their yarn was buried past the Christmas. It's like, the one lady was just completely exasperated, and I'm just like, I feel bad for you. I'm so sorry. Oh, I spilled things. So I was like, okay, well, here we go. I'm looking for my teddy bear design because I've got my phone here connected, so I can read the pattern while I'm still talking to you guys. So I'm looking for the pattern right now. Teddy bear crochet pattern. Oh, well, it would help if it stayed on. Thank you. No, it's not what I want you to do. I want you to do that. Thank you. Teddy bear crochet pattern. I know which one I need. It's just, I don't remember it. Off the hand, even though I made them like twice already. But to me, it's like, oh my gosh, how can you not have this? So I haven't gone back to Joann's yet. I'm going to have to go back tomorrow They open up at 11. So I'll have my talk with Dad, and then we'll go to Aldi's and get groceries, and I'll stop by Joann's afterwards just to see what they've got. I will try, and if they do have the Red Heart Granny Square yarn, I will pick up one. Okay, we did muzzle. I'm not assembling the head yet. I've learned that if I do all the parts first and then assemble, it makes it easier for me, because then I don't have to worry about making more crocheting shit. I can just sit there and sew, which I don't have a problem with. I don't mind sewing. I actually enjoy it. It's cathartic. And Bridget wanted this multicolored blue. She loves blue. So I have a multi-chromed blue going on here. And then the funny thing is that she chose green and blue eyes for it. So I was like, okay. And if those eyes look familiar, yes, that was a part of the dragon that I had done. And I have like 18, 16, and 18. No, it's 18, 14, and 12. Something like that. Different eyes. So eventually sometime I'm going to have to do that. Is make some enemas with those kinds of eyes in them. Just for fun. But yeah. So we're going to work on legs for the moment. I have to make 2 of them. They're like, stuff as you go. I'm like, no, I just want to... I've got a doll, a doll that I can help to stuff things, but I want to make sure that when I'm doing things, like, one thing I don't like is this invisible decrease. You could see in some of these, but I was like, you know what? This just shows a little bit of the imperfections. It's okay. I'm good. Sometimes when you make something perfect, there has to be a little bit of deviation. So... And I'm using, this is Karen by the pound, but it's the variations. So it's not truly a pound, if you know what I mean. 1, 2, 3. Here's 6. Okay, next one we double. So yeah. I'll check on that stuff tomorrow. I'll see what they've done with our Joann's, because she said that they were doing a planogram about a week and a half ago, so I haven't been in there to check. Plus, you never know when they're trying to do all the yarns. And it's a small Joann, so I'm not expecting huge. And the funny part was we're trying to expand a little bit of my front hall area, because I have so many things on sale. I don't keep them by here. I keep them by the door, because in feng shui, as you're trying to sell things, if you keep them by the door or by a entryway, that should help you sell things in theory, due to feng shui. And we're trying to move things around a little bit, which isn't bad. We've lived here for 7 years, so moving things after it's been set down for a couple of years isn't bad either. And my mom made me a table runner for my front table that's in Starry Starry Night pattern. So I'm going to try and actually get some fabric and see if I can sew a little bit. I'm not very good at sewing with the machine or anything. And she did this freeform quilt that's really, really pretty. But I just want to do liners for the, because I have to put a shelving unit next to the thing. And I kind of want to have a continuous flow of a color pattern. So I'll go there for some fabric when I get paid, because I'm looking for yards. I just hope that they've got the same kind of pattern still out there. Because the Starry Starry Night pattern we found on Joann's was shit, 6 years ago. So we'll see where it goes. And I'm increasing. Okay, so I increase up to 4. So on round 6, I do a single. Okay, cool. So we're just going to be increasing up until row 6. Nice. That's not bad. Chicago City is 1 season and done deal. No. Actually, I'm hoping that it's not a one and done. So here, which I find interesting in how Shanky does it. A season to me is 30 episodes. So what we're doing is we're doing 14 episodes, and then we're breaking for the holidays because Christmas. And I travel during Christmas, so I would not be able to do a show for my dad's house. They do not have the equipment for it. So we'll be pausing for Christmas. So it'll be 14 episodes. We pause. We come back for another set of 8. So we'll be doing two sets of 8 episodes, and that's still part of my way of doing a season. And once that season's done, then we'll pause, and second season will happen. I want more than one season. I actually ran a successful vampire thing for 6 seasons, but our each season was was about between 30 and 32 episodes. And every season they made a new character because I wanted them to experience all the different clans that vampire had to offer. You have to head out. All right, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for coming in, Coco. I hope to see you again soon. But what I wanted to do is I'd love to see how not only they help Jackson, but then how do they turn around and shape the city to what they want to do. So in helping Jackson become Prince, what is their ask for him? And from their ask and what Jackson can provide them, how do they turn around and make the city theirs? Their kindred. My ear is itching. I'm so sorry. But they're kindred trying to live in a city, and they're not young kindred either. They're midway into their lives. They're over 100 years old. Some of them are close to 200. So in how they're doing this and how they're shaping the city to their will and to their needs and such, it's like, how are they going to handle this? And what do they want? What are their goals? What are their aspirations? They're helping somebody come into power. Do they now want to grab power themselves? Do they want to grab a piece of Chicago for themselves? Being that they've seen these people like Capone and Ballard and Loden's crew screw up the city so badly, do they want to turn around and take a shot at it themselves? Do they want to turn around and do... They're as powerful as these lower gens, or they're as close to as powerful as they can be. How are they going to handle it? How are they going for that sense? Good to know, because you got an impression it was... No, it was not. The task is just to start. See, and here's my thing, and I know John's lurking, so I'm not going to call him out. But with John and Intera, with Mama, and all the other cast, what I didn't anticipate is that they were so goal-driven, they were almost done with the goal in the first act. So for me, I view a season as 3 acts. You start, you get to know these people. The second act, they start actually doing what they needed to do. Oh, dear God. No, I did not like that one. Ew. The second act, they work on the goal. The third act, they complete the goal and move on. I didn't realize that they're like, oh no, first act, we're done, bitch. So I was kind of thinking this act was going to go play out through the season. And at the end, they'd get it done. They said, no. We're fast pacing this. We're going end game. So that's fine. I have no problem with how they wish to do it. But I really do hope that this is more of... Oh, crap. I lost count now. I'm really hoping that it's more than just one and done. I think this is a great group of people coming together and really playing a really cool story out. You got the murder hobo. You got the thinker, the plotter, a couple of chaos monkeys or chaos goblins, and then you've got the one that's like, we should do this, and this, and then I'm gonna let everyone else do it, but I'm gonna quietly watch them all. Yes, quietly watch them all do the thing. And I love it. I love how they're all getting together. They're all plot driven, not just plot driven, but they're character driven too. They want to tell their character story, which I'm here for. I love to see that. I want to see that. I want to see how they're turning around and doing this so that they're bringing that plot closer to home. I'm going to make this a little bit taller because, you're watching me crochet, but at the same time, distractions and things on stuff. We're going to make a little smiley. Him just kind of give you all a look, too. So that's what I think. I think, and I hope it's more than just one. I want to see them flourish and take control of Chicago, or take part of Chicago and do something with it. Chicago is such a huge and vast city. I have a friend coming into Chicago next month, and he's staying at the Palmer House. Palmer House happens to be one of the haunted hotels in the city. It has the original. You can't wait to see me play Helena. Oh my God. That's going to be a thing. The funny part was they didn't expect how I was going to play Edward Neely. Edward's on... I have a friend visiting next month. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Who knew? I may or may not have sent this friend a TikTok about how the Palmer House is very haunted. But this is fine. Most of Chicago's haunted one way or another. It's just getting people to come and visit and stay for the ghosts. I know, right? And it took a huge, it took a fire to destroy most of the city and kill half of its occupants to make it haunted. But this is fine. It's not like we had gangsters that turned around and shot up the world as well. It's okay. It's all good. Nobody needs to know this. I love the haunted thing. Yeah. Our city is highly haunted. I don't know why. No idea. No clue. Don't stay for the ghost. Stay for the deep dish. Yeah, the deep dish is also very true, too. I knew some people would be saying it, calling it casserole. It's not a casserole. It is a deep dish pizza. It's very good, actually. If you can have deep dish. I know some people that are not able to, so I am very sad that they are not able to. But yes, this city may or may not be haunted. I know, right? It's supposed to be a hidden secret. It's a secret we don't talk about aloud at parties, but we all know it's true. What is Egypt? Is that the famous Chicago style pizza? There are two Chicago style pizzas. One is the deep dish. One is a deep dish, which many people call a casserole, which is not true. It is actually deep dish pizza. It's fantastic. It's glorious. And then also it's a pan. We call it tavern style. But it's a pan pizza that gives you about
that much of a doughy crust backside, and it's actually a nice, I wouldn't say thick, but I'd say a medium. So deep dish is a thick pizza, but when you're talking about tavern, it's a medium dish. I know you can't get the dip roast beef. This is well, actually you could. Now I'll explain, Fritz. You can get dip roast beef with the ingenue sauce. It's just you can't put it on bread. I'm sure I can find a gluten-free alternative. Actually, what you could do, and this is actually a pretty good alternative, is we get romaine lettuce. You put the dip. You take the roast beef, put it and dip it on ingenue, and you wrap it up in lettuce. Actually, it's pretty good. You remember once doing a haunted house, yeah, the bus broke. Oh my gosh, I did one in yeah. So I went to Door County up in Wisconsin. It's about a 6-hour drive north from where I live, and it's a beautiful county in Wisconsin. And it's like a little peninsula that comes off of Green Bay. It's beautiful, really. And they did a whole haunted tour around Fish Creek, and I learned so much about Fish Creek, but at the same time, little haunted stories that I actually started to put into a story. I haven't finished writing that yet, but it was really, really cool to put everything together and learn about Fish Creek through the haunted tales of it all. It's actually really, really cool. They have vegetables in Chicago. Yeah. Wingstop actually has a cool place for carrots that my daughter loves. And instead of the french fries, she doesn't like the french fries, she'll have the carrot instead. But you can... What? Yeah, you are eating healthy. I'm not complaining. But I wouldn't dip the lettuce. I would have lettuce as a wrap. And dip your meat and then wrap it in lettuce. I'm sure it tastes delicious. There are always alternatives. But no, I love haunted tours. I have an overactive imagination, so I tend to go with people I can hold on to because I may or may not scream. She needs more hot cocoa bombs. We still have, I think, 3 left from a package of 6. So, and it's going to be cold tonight. So I have a feeling after dinner and something like that tonight, might have some. Or tomorrow. What's tomorrow supposed to be like? I actually should be crocheting, and that's why I have my phone out. I don't need that. I don't want to close that up. Today it's 56. The highest is going to be 57. Oh, tomorrow's 61. But tonight it's going to be 35. So I have a feeling tonight we might be having some. I can't believe that Tuesday it's going to be 81. And then it'll go back down to 79 because we'll get some wind and rain. And then it drops down on Thursday to 59. Oh, so we're going to be having a cold, rainy Halloween. Fantastic. For those that I just said numbers to, give me a second. So for our 81, that'll be 27 degrees Celsius, and then 79 will be 26. And for 59, for Halloween, it'll be 15. It'll be 15 degrees Celsius. Today it'll be 13 degrees Celsius. Don't get me wrong. If I start saying things in Fahrenheit, I do know I have to convert. Just 9 now. Hold on.
Oh, it's 48? Damn. No, we haven't gotten to 48 yet. I'm not looking forward to that, but I know it's coming. It was a bit chiller in the past 2 days. Yeah, according to Alexa, it's 62. Hold on. 62 is 16 degrees Celsius. Oh yeah. 30s is about 0. We haven't gotten to that part yet. We're still in mid teens. I'm not okay with that. I need a manager to file a complaint. I wish to register a complaint. Yeah, well, next month it's gonna go down. Just looking at the incoming wave, the average high temp is going to be 14, lowest 7. 14 and okay, so 57. That's what we're around, and 7 is 44. Wow, that's a mood. I'm not ready to go into the 40s yet. No, not looking for the 7s yet. I mean, we are in sweater weather. I am making myself a sweater. I just haven't gotten the time to actually do it. So I bought really nice gray for a okay, so I'm making 2 shawls. One is your average shawl that's going to have a hood on it that I'm going to wear for some games, but I have one that I want to do the sleeve and you wrap it around, and it's kind of like it's that sweater scarf wrap. So I'm going to be making one of those, and that's going to be nice to actually wear. But I'm also making a rather nice just regular shawl that'll have a hood on that I could put on underneath my coat, because my coat it's a really nice black coat, but it doesn't have a hood on it, so I have to do that. You have to change the clocks again soon. Yes, it's coming. My boyfriend is coming back. I have a fickle relationship with time, and for 6 months out of the year, he gives me an extra hour of sleep because he cares. So yeah, that will be a whole thing. God help me if I ever come back, get back into a relationship again. My partner's gonna have to deal with my other partner. It'll be fine. Daylight saving night for me. Yeah. Oh, it is? You guys have already switched your clocks? So next week, 10, you'll have to turn the clock hey, not complaining. Nope, not complaining at all. Okay, we're at row 1, 2, we're on row 3, so I add 2? I already thought I added 2. No, I added 1. Nope, that's 2. Let's see, that's single, that's double, that's single, that should have been double. Oh, that is. So now we're doing 3. Got it. We're talking so much I've lost where I'm supposed to be. Oh, you're doing it tonight. Got you. So you're only a week ahead of us. That's not bad. So you'll be until we change over, you'll be 7 hours ahead of us. And then when we change, it goes back to 6. I think. I don't know anymore. I think it's also when you guys jump up ahead of us. We go briefly for 5 hours, and then we go back to 6. Timing is confusing. You're not wrong. You're good with the extra hours sleep, but then it gets so dark so early. I don't like that a bit. Well, see, I wake up in the middle of the night anyhow because I start work so early. Time is wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. You are correct. One thing all of us understand, thank you, Doctor Who, is that time likes to be wibbly wobbly. I mean, it's kind of funny because, I mean, the U.S. has 6 time zones. So trying to keep track of all of it is kind of crazy. And those that don't know the extra time zones, you have Alaska time zone and then you have Hawaii. Hawaii is technically 6 to 7 hours ahead, or 6 to 7 hours behind, where Alaska is 5 hours behind. Why? Because I used to have to do sales calls to Alaska and to Hawaii. And don't get me wrong, love talking to them. 6, yeah. Yep, Because Alaska, I used to work for a place that did restaurant sales to chefs and whatnot. And chefs from Hawaii and Alaska would call us. So I would have to make sure when I called them, I had to get my timing right. No, there are 4 in the continental United States. So you have Eastern, Central, or Chicago Standard Time Zone, which is where I live. You have Mountain, you have Pacific, then you have Alaska, and then you have Hawaii. Hawaii has its own time zone. You only have to worry about 3, my guy. You worry about everyone on the coast, which is usually, you have GMT, then you have GMT plus 1, and then you have GMT plus 2. In your current job, you're handling international flying itineraries. Yeah. Uh-huh. I work in international shipping, so I feel you. So it's kind of funny when I have to deal with customers that are not... See, I usually deal with U.S. and domestic. That's usually all I deal with. But there are some that I have to deal with that are international. So with the very unique way that the international world is going on nowadays in the Middle East, I have to make sure I know when I'm contacting my customers because of certain events that have been happening around the world. So every morning I have to listen to the news to find out who's done what today. Especially when I was doing international shipping at my old job, and tariffs as well as customs were being changed by someone who happens to like orange on his face. So I don't go normally political, but when the politics have changed my rules of business, I do have to stand there and take note. Yes. I wouldn't even get... Palpatine was a little bit more understanding than the Tangerine. And I actually was Empress Palpatine when I had a Arte 5, Force 5 mage. Like you handed emails. Yes, exactly. So I think the Tangerine is more appropriate than Palpatine. Palpatine only wiped out one set of peoples. The Tangerine doesn't care. Just saw someone call him that a few years back online. I was like, yeah. I understand that dictator. I call him the Tangerine Dictator. Bridget and I have already voted, so, and I'm not going to tell you who to vote for. Just vote, if you can. If you can't, I'm sorry. Just know that we did vote for someone that was not the Tangerine. Gonna have to share. Yeah. By all means. I did not vote for Tangerine nor any of his cronies. So that's where I am on the fence at the moment. You already did 2 weeks ago? Nice. I note that took stepdad's apple. Nice. I didn't realize when I was a child how much... Yeah. I didn't realize when I was a child how much voting would change the course of the country. I always thought people just did it and it was a popularity contest. It wasn't until the Bush Gore of 2000, I did not realize just how much the world was going to change with that election. The place was busy today. Oh my gosh, I believe it. Can I ask you something? As a European, the concept of having only one... How did it happen? No, you're totally fine. Actually, you're not wrong. It's turned into a one-party thing. The correct party. The two-party thing has been that way for quite some time. I want to say it started actually at the turn of the century and at the start of the 1900s. And it just happened to... the Democrats and the Republicans were actually the opposite. And the Republicans used to be what the Democrats are today. And the Democrats used to be what the Republicans are today. And it wasn't until FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, that the parties then switched. And it was more reiterated and more solidified when John F. Kennedy, became president. So you saw them as this because Abraham Lincoln was a Republican, but he had the Democratic views and values of today. I remember in sophomore history, it was the U.S. around 92, 93. Yeah. So let's get on this time track. So the Republicans / Democrats and the Democrats / Republicans were on this course, and with Lincoln, he changed it again with the whole Civil War. As things changed and FDR was like, well, we need to do more social work. Let's do this. That's when things started to cross. And Kennedy, as well as the McCarthy era, I believe McCarthy was a Republican. If somebody can check that for me, I'd appreciate it. He did more of this, we have to now start censoring people because of the whole communist wave. And that's where they put God into our Pledge of Allegiance. God was not a part of our Pledge of Allegiance until then, because we had to show we were part of a quote-unquote Christian nation, which we are not. But we had to show that we had this value system that was different than the communists. And as things started to change and cross, Kennedy became more of this democratic, social-leaning skill that many people flocked to, where the Republicans became more of the quote-unquote I want to say more conservative way of thinking, and more quote-unquote we need to be part of the fiscal correctness. And it went that way up until Reagan. And Reagan took the party break even more so to show more of a more conservatism within the Republican Party and more financial conservatism. And they went more towards the right, where the Democrats kept dealing with this socialness and social awareness, and we need to become more of handling everyone's problems and situations. We need to be there for somebody. And then that's where you have people like Rush Limbaugh coming in the 80s, and you see more of this need to become rich, and that's where yuppies came into play. And then when actually 92 was my first election where I actually voted, whereas between Bush and Clinton. And you saw this dividing line of the old school Republican and the new wave Democrat. And as Clinton came in and started to making things more socially acceptable, what he did politically different from his personal life, which is what we need to turn around and separate. Clinton pushed in a lot of social reform, even though he did a lot of diddling on the side with extracurricular activities, because he was letting the rich and the corruption take him. At the same point, Bush Jr. came in as a Nepo baby and was going, oh, my dad went on the Republican ticket. I can do this too. Let's go on this. And being that Clinton was on his way out because he had served his 2 terms, Al Gore was riding that train of let's continue social economy. Let's do social work. And so when Gore and Bush, and this was our defining, that was the whole defining part of it. When Bush versus Gore happened, how were you going to turn around and do this whole election? And that's where Florida, this is when swing states came into play because of the hanging chad. How could you turn around and separate the votes? And then when Bush decided to do the whole thing of we're going after Iraq, or no, we're going after Iran. No, we're going after Iraq. I'm sorry. And let's get Saddam Hussein out. That was all because of Daddy's war in the first Gulf situation. Yeah. And that led to, he wanted to get after 9/11. He took all that personally. Bush did. Bush Jr. He took all that personally, and he wanted to show that you don't fuck with the United States, which is something we never should have done anyhow. I'll say it. We should have never gone into it. But we did. Here we are. This is where we're at. Let Hussein do his own thing. Let the Middle East handle the Middle East. Let them govern the way they needed to govern. Yeah. Correct. Yes, he did not do 9/11 at all. That was Iran. Yeah. That was the Taliban, and that was Iran. That was not anything with Iraq. But anyhow, how did we get to this 2-party system? We've had the 2-party system for ages. Unfortunately, I would love to see a multi-partied system like what you would see in several other different countries, but unfortunately we don't have it. It whittled itself down. Yes, you will always get a third-party candidate, kind of like what you saw with Kennedy. Even though Kennedy folded, he was still on my ballot to vote for. And many people will just turn around and say, well, I don't like the Democrat or the Republican. I'll just pick the third party because fuck it. But at the same time, you are throwing away a vote towards nothingness. And so when either one of those people get elected, people go, well, I don't like this. Well, did you vote? Yeah, I voted for this. Well, you didn't vote, technically. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. I watched your elections. Hell, I watch you when you guys do prime minister, and it's like, oh my God, how do you do it? What really killed me was when you guys voted to try and separate from the UK. Right. And the Electoral College, people are like, well, I don't want to vote because the Electoral College is going to do it. But here's the thing about this. For America, or for those that live in the States, your vote for president then turns around, and if your state wins, I will always be blue. I'm just going to state it. I'm in a blue state. But at the same time, my vote for that for the Democratic candidate then tells the Electoral College of my state who you vote for. So my vote matters because it's telling the Electoral College who I want for president. So if that president wins that state, and this is why the Electoral College is a part of this, is because that tells the Electoral College of my state who to vote for. That's where the popular vote comes into play with the Electoral College. The popular vote, as we saw in 2016, Hillary won the popular vote, but she did not win the states for the Electoral College. That was the problem. That's what happened when we saw Biden and Trump, and why Trump needed 11,000 more votes in Georgia. He did not win the popular vote in Georgia. Or did he win the popular vote? No, he got it. It called for Georgia. So the popular vote can always be one way or another. But the popular vote within that state, to get that Electoral College vote, is where you need to get that. No, he did not get the popular vote in Georgia. Okay, correct. So for Georgia, he needed 11,000 more votes to turn Georgia blue, to turn Georgia red from blue. For me, most of the recent election, you knew the party would win in your. That's fair. Yeah, I'm gonna pause for a second. I'm still here. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I've been streaming now for 3.5 hours. I don't need to listen to the music, so give me a second. I've got salad already set, so I just have to grab it and bring it in. So give me like 30 seconds. But please continue to talk because this is an important conversation. I'll just be right back. Sorry, I was getting a little lightheaded. And I looked at the time and went, ooh, I need to eat something. I ate breakfast at like 9 this morning, so I'm having a chicken salad sandwich, or chicken salad that's Caesar. I have croutons in here. Rotisserie chicken that is shredded. So I just added on, I usually get like a meal kit. That's it's a Caesar salad, and then I add shredded chicken to it, so it helps. So I'm trying not to crunch in ears. I pull away a little bit to eat. That's true, Dragonfly. There's 0% chance Oh, absolutely. There'll always be a chance for somebody to win that you don't want to. And I remember in the 2016 election, sitting at work and we're all just stunned and baffled and we didn't know what the fuck. And I remember having a liquid lunch that day. There will always be an election where, yeah. We have standard for every 2 years we elect our Congress people. So there's election every year, but every 2 years our Congress people get reelected. Then every 6 years our Senate gets reelected, and every 4 years our president gets reelected. So it's a 2-4-6 for us. Though every 6 years for the state of Illinois, we get a new governor. I do not. Every state has a different term for governors. Our term, I believe, is every 6 for Illinois. As for our local, I think mayor is every 4, or if people have no confidence in them. And then I think for representatives and senators, it's the same. It's a 2 and a 4. Oh, that's fair. I would love to have it across the board, but representatives only get the 2-year. Senators get the 6. I think it's because I don't know. But I think it's because senators have so much more sway, and there's only 2 per state. I think they want them to have a little bit of seniority. And presidents didn't used to have term limits. Presidents only got term limits after yep, I covered that one. Thank you, Saba. Thank you for the backup. Yeah, FDR was on his 16th term or something like that. I don't remember exactly. But he's like, this is crazy. We need term limits. He actually brought it up. 4 terms, 16 years, yeah. Mm-hmm. I think you're back up. Hopefully you're doing well, Saba. So it was him that brought up the term limit for president. I wish they would do term limits for Congress and for Senate. I think we do need that. I think we need, I'm sorry, but Mitch McConnell should not have been senator for that long. Lindsey Graham should not be there that long. They already have it so that as long as you served in Congress or the Senate 1 term, you are forever then getting a paycheck and having health insurance. All you need to do is serve 1 term. That's all you have to do. Sean Gaskin, my local representative, all he had to do was serve 1 term. And he is set for life. He will always get a paycheck and he will always get health insurance. I wish we did. No offense to Sandra Day O'Connor or RBG. They were two amazing judges. But the three that we have now that are pieces of shit, Kavanaugh should never have been. That lying sack of shit should have never been in there. Agreed. Federal court should always have a time. I don't understand why there was no time limits put in there, but then again, I don't think the founding fathers thought that far ahead, and understandably so. Him, the chick, I don't remember her name. She's not even worth remembering. And the other dude, yeah, they lied under oath. They can't be held accountable for anything. And somebody get Clarence Thomas the fuck out of there, please and thank you. Oh, Thomas was a clusterfuck when he was getting appointed. I remember watching that and the whole Anita Hill thing. I remember all of that. That was like, what the fuck? Consecutive terms, I'm totally cool with Sala. No problem. But when you've made a career out of being a senator for 30 fucking years, come on. And you're like 92 and on death's door, and yet you're making decisions where people are 50 years younger than you, and you've lost touch of this? You've lost touch of base of the people in your constituents? Come on. It's an old boys club. It will always be an old boys club until we turn around and break the ceiling. That's why when you had RBG in there, I loved her being in there, but at the same time, the poor woman was fucking dying. That's why I'm glad that we had, we've broken the ceiling with the first female president, or first female vice president. I'm glad that she broke through that ceiling. I hope that she becomes president, the first female president. We haven't had a female president when other countries have had female presidents for ages. Agreed. 100% agree with you on that, Sala. Yes, they did, Dragon. I'm talking like Dianne Feinstein. She'd been in there for quite some time. Yes, she was getting very old. Let her retire. If you're 90, you should not be in Congress or Senate. I agree that we should have a good spread of age groups, but there has to be a time when people need to retire. Yeah, she would have. I believe she would have. See? 60... I can't retire when I'm 68. I won't have enough money, but at the same time, you have a different economical system than we do, which is a good thing. Well, I understand that they've been awful into your point of view, and I respect that. But to us, they're a lot better than what we've had. for some of our presidents. The orange taco included. And I hate spurging the name taco. I think we do need a good chance. I would say it'd be worse than the tangerine. You're not wrong. And the thing is that there have been so many other countries that have had women leaders that we have proven ourselves capable of leading. And our periods are periods, and whatever is not going to do anything. And we've shown that we're not that as emotional as men are trying to put us out towards. Actually, men have been more emotional than us, and driven us into the ground. And that's fair. I mean, you had oh scheiße. You had Thatcher. She was good at the beginning because they needed her to be that. Unfortunately, she let things roll on. So back, what was it, 90, or was it 86, 87? That's when she started turning bad. And that's because of her own political agenda and systems that were not in touch with what society needed. Yeah. This is true, but you have a different way of doing things that makes it. Though I did find out that you have like 8 different ways of recycling, which is great, but at the same time, oh my God, 8 different ways? I thought I was organized. I like to thank TikTok for exposing me to the 8 ways you throw away trash. It's great. Yeah, at the same time, I couldn't even be that organized. Holy shit. I also think the differences in how people view genders, and I'm not talking the multiple things of genders, but actually, or sex. I should just say sex. It's easier that way. The differences between men and women and how that we handle them within the government and how we are trying to handle things within the government is based on our sex. So therefore it's like women can't do this because of this, and men are better. If you could do the job, do the fucking job. I don't give a shit if you're male, female, or an alien. I don't care. Just do the damn work. I'm not slighting our trans friends, because most people attack us because of what they see. They see me as a woman, and I'm emotional about this stuff. At the same time, what they're reading as emotional is being passionate about what I believe in. If passionate equals emotion, then at least I'm emotional about something that makes me passionate that I want to change and correct. Well, you have to pay for parking? I say that, yet I pay for everything else. For a doctor, if I go into, well, that's where copays come in. So part of my paycheck goes to healthcare. But to offset the healthcare, sometimes depending on what you've got, if you got an HMO, a PPO, an HMO, you're dealing at cost. A PPO is where you put into and they help regulate the cost, but then you have a copay at times. Same as the HMO, they always will have a copay. The only reason why I don't do HMOs, and HMOs are cheaper, is because I usually need a specialist. And if I have to deal with an HMO, then I am regulated by my primary doctor to give me a referral. Otherwise, I can't go see specialists. And I can't do that. I cannot be regulated by a gatekeeper due to my polycystic ovarian and because of my rheumatoid arthritis. An HMO will always be your primary, is your gatekeeper, and they will tell you who to see. That's where a lot of problems come into the healthcare system, where you're in a group, a doctor's group, where you're the primary, and say your buddy does a cancer. Well, then you're going to give your patients to this cancer buddy, who say that he doesn't want to turn around and just make money off of you and keep you sick, and you keep coming back, and you're both are now making money, and there's no resolution to the patient. You are stuck in that HMO caregiver doctor until your year cycle is up with that doctor before you could turn around and go through your open once a year you could turn around and change your doctor. The rest of the year you suffer. See, and I wish we had that. And that's what Obamacare was trying to do. It was trying to open up that little basis thing. And because we have because of capitalism, and we have so much of a regulated healthcare system, we can't do that. Our Congress won't let us. On top of that, we have so many people lobbying for private healthcare, and because of the healthcare system, that we'll never get that. That takes the next Congress. And because of how the healthcare system is, and how many lobbyists are there fighting for the healthcare system, insurances will never allow that. Exactly. I'm not pausing so you don't hear the crunching in your ears. I finished the protein and the veggies. Now I have a little bit of carbohydrates. They would never do that because the lobbyists for the healthcare and the private insurances will be like, wait a minute, we won't make money off of this. Pharmaceuticals wouldn't make money off of it. How can we not make money off of this? And they'll never do it. And I agree. And that if we did put people on, we were able to regulate the system, we'd bring down the costs a lot. So when a friend of mine had a has a large heart operation. He's not in debt $40,000. Delivering Bridget, my daughter, normal. It was a normal birth. She cost me $10,000 back in 1998. This is true. My grandmother had to pay. Mind you, this was, oh God, it was like 2012, 2013. My grandmother had to pay $4,000 for ambulance ride. It's always the why. The why will always be whatever reason for. Oh, we agree with you on this. Mm-hmm. It's all about your policy and what you pay. You pay for what you get. It has been that way. When has it been that way? It started about the mid-40s. The 1940s. It started about mid-1940s to through the 1950s. Ever since we had the whole thing with income tax and insurances started working on that, it used to be that you go just to the local doctor. It's been institutionalized for so long, it would be hard to dismantle. This is true, they used to. But I don't anymore. After the Second World War, once they saw just how much money they could make, and as things started changing, no, they wouldn't go back to barely making a dime and being on the lower end of things. Capitalism has fucked up so much. Absolutely. Here's the famous thing. Remember Farmer Dude? The farmer guy who took insulin from 35 cents. No, it wasn't 35 cents. It was like $35 and brought it up to over $600. Making it to the point where people couldn't turn around and do EpiPens. And EpiPens were over $1,200. That shows you how far and how disconnected pharmacies have been. Alright, last little bit I'm eating because I need a little bit of sweetness and a little bit of sugar. So, roll with me for one more, and then we'll do some more crocheting for about 45 minutes, and then at 3 I'm gonna head out because I did not expect to stream this long today, but you know what? Here we are, and it's been 4 hours, so a little bit of a break for me is a good thing because the knobs need to be. This is what we consider a drumstick. It's chocolate-covered ice cream. It's actually really good. There's nuts and everything that fall, and I tend to just like sop them up with the ice cream. So, give me a second. But there's a lot of corruption. It's not something we can turn around and just change. Things have to get voted in. Things, unfortunately, have to take their time in changing. The Affordable Care Act that Obama put through, it took most of his time in office. Oh, you just had oh, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna run out to the store. Grab things for the games before, settling in. But and you think about it this way: in Germany, you had a whole social and economical collapse. After World War II, you guys rebuilt yourself to something that you knew that you guys had handled. Unfortunately, we did not suffer that. We did not come to terms with the fact that we are killing ourselves and we are creating a cesspool of bullshit. We have not come to that point in our history, and people keep going more and more and more. We can get more and more out of more people. And until we suffer something as horrible as you guys did, which I, again, feel horrible about, but I'm also half German. The point that we break ourselves is the point that we realize what we've done and how do we turn around and fix it. The people who are greedy will always turn around to see if they can get more money, but at some point we have to outweigh them, which sucks. Don't get me started on Otto von Bismarck. Don't get me started on him. I have my own thoughts about that bitch. Oh, I couldn't stand Otto. I'm speaking from this as an American. I studied my European history. Otto von Bismarck was a fucking dick. Not to mention, he didn't understand what he was doing anyhow. And he let Wilhelm go right through with it all. Dummkopf. Actually, it's Scheißkopf. He asked me. Sehr schlecht, Scheißkopf. There's not enough words in English or in German for my disdain for that man. Drove us into World War I. If it wasn't for World War I, there wouldn't, in theory, if there wasn't a World War I, there would not have been a World War II. And if the European Union had held Austria to what had happened, if they had done with Austria and Serbia what they had done to Germany, it would have been a different story. Because Austria and Serbia were the ones who, actually it was Serbian nationalists. If Austria was held accountable for what they had done in the war, then that would have been a completely different story. Germany just turned around and was being Austria's ally. That's all they were doing. Hi, I studied history. So the misunderstandings and the misleading of World War I led to World War II. Unfortunately. And the worst part about it, that led to so many changes within America and changed our social outlook on things too. Sorry, this is helping me. Eating is a good thing. Please eat. What did I do? Oh, okay. I don't know what I did. I got my anyhow. So yeah, I think, and I'm not trying to get political. I apologize. This is more of a historical talk than all of that, but still, I think with the way that within our two countries have changed so dramatically. And you can see where the different policies have come into play. You can see where the different ideals and theories have come into play. This is good, by the way. This is really good. This is yummy. It's really gonna fall in my. Okay, good. I think if we were able to rewrite some of these laws, I think many Americans would have changed our healthcare system completely. What Obama did in the Affordable Health Care Act was kill out what is it? I want to say preconceived notions, but it's not it. Somebody help me. Pre-diagnosed or pre something conditions. Yeah, but you also have like 16 different dialects too. And that all stems from your German. And that all stems from the many different states you had within Germany that were their own principality prior to becoming one united nation. I was watching a TikTok earlier where they were showing like 3 different provinces of Germany, and they all had a different way of saying things. It was like hilarious. Unfortunately, I wish that you guys would get unified in that. That would help. But then again, if you look at it here in the States, we have that as well. We have a board of education. We have a Department of Education, and we have standards that are throughout the United States, but not every standard is checked, and not every school. And you can homeschool your kid. That makes some of this nullification out of it. So I understand, but where you have 16 different states with 16 different school systems, we have that too. The only thing that's quote-unquote standardized is the tests, to make sure that you are monitoring and seeing where the educational flow system is at. And they're not the best way to do it, but it's the only way we can do it, at least at the moment. And the education is different per not only state, but school system, which is even more local. I'm throwing ice cream all over the place. So you have localized shit that may not be regulated by the county where you're at, which is even more shit. But at the same point, everything that we've had rules and regulations for has been deregulated. Banks. In somebody's presidency. Orange tangerine. Which, if he gets reelected, Project 2025 gets put into place, and we won't have a Department of Education, Labor, and Health. Try and regulate that shit after that's broken. And that turns into a whole lot of fucked up. I know I should be strangling the animal. Almost done. So, I mean, if you want to talk about craziness, if the orange tangerine comes into play, the Heritage Foundation takes over the government and wipes out a lot of shit that we already have, and goes more into a even more ultra conservative view of things. Tell me how that's not gonna be fucked. Let me throw this out. don't want to go that far back. I still like to have my own shit. Something sure. But I still like voting. I still like having a bank account underneath my name and a credit card underneath my name. And I like to own property because as an unmarried woman, I would not be able to own my own stuff. After my divorce, I would have had to go back to my ex-husband. Or my ex, I'd have to go back to my father. Excuse me. Yep. And Vance is younger. He can run for a second term. And that's how I got divorced, was no-fault divorce. The other options were, shall we say, a little bit more riskier to deal with. Yeah, Vance is way scarier. He makes being a woman scary as hell. And the worst part is the whole thing about our reproduction rights. I'm sorry, but you're regulating our bodies and you're not regulating yourself. That's fucked up. So fucked up. Alright, I go. Flipping over. Where am I at? Okay, so we did an extension of 3. Okay, this is our last extension. You can play normal easier. Like, people are saying how normal he acted. No. Once he starts opening up his mouth and talking about policies, I mean, he admitted to starting the whole thing with the Haitian, with the Haitian immigrants in Ohio. The fuck? He admitted that. And I'm going to tell you now, I'm not surprised people are still out there trying to push this agenda on, but I will point out more and more people are leaving Trump rallies as soon as they get their money. You see these people leaving the area. I have a feeling that's why they did the Burning Man thing. So when people got their money, they couldn't just walk out because all the shit was like 2 blocks or 2 miles away. Sorry, I'm getting cold. So I'm putting on my Granny Square cardigan I made because it made me warm. It's actually cold enough for me to actually start getting colder. Yeah, made up people. Yeah. Uh-huh. Honestly, oh, it is. It is very warm. I'm not lying. I made this. I made my first one. I still have it. I made it a little bit bigger with longer. Sleeves, and I wore it to work, and everyone's like, oh my god, this looks so good. And I made, I believe, 3 of them for people, and right now it's like, oh my god, this feels so good. Childless cat ladies and people that have kids are yeah, you're not wrong. So my daughter is 26. She's single and she doesn't have children. I'm not marrying my autistic daughter to somebody just to produce children. I am 50. I don't have the money to take off from work to go to watch kids. Not in this I got. I have one income. Where do you think I can take the time off to watch children? Oh, and then he said that women shouldn't vote. And I'm like, sorry, what? Yeah, he said that women shouldn't have no say in the vote. Only these kind of people should say in a vote. And I'm like, that's not right.
This is actually warming me up too. Uh-huh. Well, of course. He wasn't going to take care of him. Yeah. Well, I have a kid. Do I get more votes? That's wrong. Look, that's fine, Turquoise. I support anyone that makes their life good for them and that you're happy. That I guess I take a mother's approach on this. If you're happy with your life and you're okay with your life, then that is your life. If you're not happy, well then how do we make you happy? Or how do you get to happy or content? That's the important bit. I mean, fair. I don't get tax exempt, and I don't get any deductions on my tax returns for my kid. I actually, for the past 2 years, have been paying taxes after doing my income. I actually had to take deduction during paychecks to get more money so I can actually keep our life sustainable. I'm paying $350 per paycheck just for health care for 2 people. And some companies only have people paying $100. So it's fucking insane. No, single people are not only getting screwed over, but I'm getting screwed over too. And I'm a single mom with a child. And I should say adult child who cannot go to work. And look, for you, for Tara, I look at it from the standpoint of, with you and Dragon, I mean, I understand you're single. Don't get me wrong. I have been single now for about, it's 2024. I have been single now for 21 years. I have not gotten into a marriage since my divorce. I have been raising my kid. I didn't date while Bridget was younger either. I had a couple of online things, but they never amounted to anything, so I kind of just stayed single. Yeah, exactly. True, but at the same time, here's the thing of it here in America. Our taxes do not go to healthcare. That's a separate thing entirely. My Social Security stuff should go to just me, but unfortunately that's a big, huge pool. And by the time Gen X starts to retire, there's not going to be enough of a pool for us left. It's going to be gone. I pay my taxes. Why? Because it's the right thing to do and we have to. That's where you get your social stuff to go to people when they need it. Disability, unemployment, and all of that. But at the same time, I look at it from the standpoint of we need to turn around and pay some kind of tax to help the government flow. Unfortunately, the wealthy have been tax exempt for so long. The poor and the middle class cannot continue to pay for their portion. They have the world's money in their pocket and they're not sharing, and unfortunately it is hindering us because now we have to pay more for them. If you've always looked at American school systems, the richest school districts are from those that have money that can donate and give time and all of that, and they won't turn around and do it to any others because it's not their school, it's not their problem. But if we were to turn around and get those 1%ers to pay at least 3% tax, that's what one of the things on the Illinois ballot was,
is those that make $1 million or more, are they susceptible of 3% sale, 3%, I think it was income tax to help pay for things within the state. You live here. You pay your local government. You should be paying the state government. You already pay for the federal government every year, I hope. But it's gotten to the point where you're not wrong. I know for a fact when I retire, there's not going to be any money. And unfortunately, I don't make enough to rebuild the money I lost back in 2020 because the plague. I got my emergency fund dried up. And my IRA dried up because I had to use that to keep myself afloat. Because everything was, I lost my job. My company was bought out. People were not hiring at that time. Excuse me. And pretty much the world was shutting down. And that's why it's kept, yeah. They have to. They need to pay into it. What makes them better than us to not pay into it? I mean, look at Jeff Bezos. That's all I have to say. Jeff Bezos blew everything out of the water. Hey, don't get me wrong. I know he helped start Amazon. I know it was out of his garage. I understand that. I know he put blood, sweat, and tears into Amazon in its beginning parts because it was only him and some other dude. But now the man's walking around a billionaire. His ex-wife is one of the top 10 billionaires in the whole fucking world. Really? You can do stupid amounts of things with your money and you chose to go up into space. Okay. There are better ways to handle the economic structure and the economic area in which is going on, but unfortunately we are now stuck in a world. Oh yeah, we were actually talking about this in a group I was in, I think last night. She's got like $47 billion and she has donated $27 billion to a whole bunch of different charities. She is still one of the richest billionaires out there. And all she had to do was divorce Jeff Bezos. Talk about a fucking time. I honestly think that, if we were able to do certain things, it'd be interesting. Oh, we are not doing that. Okay, so from 6 until 12, I'm doing... they want you to start off with one color yarn and change, and I'm like, I'm not changing yarns because this is all in the variations of blue. So I've got 12... they want me to go from row 6 to row 12, so I've got 6 rows to do. Though I know for a fact I will not be able to continue after a certain point, which is fine. At least we started off the foot. That's the important part. Yeah, it is. It is all doing the changing for me, so I'm not even worried about it. And it's a nice variation of blue. So we've got the blue, and then we've got some white. We've got light blue coming up next, and we might get some white in at some point. Maybe. Oh, okay. Oh. I'm looking at one timer and it's not even going. I'm like, what the hell's going on? All right, I've been streaming now for 4 hours and 30 minutes, and I know I was supposed to stream until 3, but you know what? I'm getting tired. I need to take a nap prior to going out and doing stuff. And then streaming tonight because we're going to be doing a vampire game. We're at McStabber Studios. So, I'm trying to do certain things and do the stuffs. So, don't forget, tonight I'll be on McStabbers. Monday, I will be on Ravenos Archon stream because he is doing 4 games of Old Gods of Appalachia, and I'm going to be there. Yeah, no worries, I'm wrapping up too. 900 years ago. That's fair enough. We'll have a good time. Let's see. Votes for film. Yeah, do it. No, wait. You can always do an off-white or a cream if you want, or a soft yellow. There's also, you can always turn around and do something like that. But Monday I'm going to be over on Ravenos's. Tuesday I'll be on Ree's. So I should be back here on Wednesday or Thursday. And we'll go from there. I should be on tomorrow. We'll see where I'm doing. I'm not sure what I'm going to be doing. But I'm finishing this row out now. But I'm going to head out, you guys. Thank you guys for coming in. Appreciate you all. Enjoy yourselves tonight with whatever you're doing. Just remember to strangle yarn because orange doesn't look good on you. It doesn't look good on me either. Ugh. All right. Good night, everyone.